Yo, turn it up. It's Gerard on the air, spitting truth in the booth. We ain't going nowhere. New Orleans City got us hard in the beat, but corruption creeping in, gotta take back the street. But corruption creeping in, gotta take back the street. From the French Quarter vibes to the Ninth Ward grind, he's the voice of the people, yo, he's one of a kind. Talking about the struggle, the hustle, the pain, but with each word he drops, he's bringing power to the game. Gerard on the radio, calling out the lies, bringing light to the dark, keeping hope in our eyes. He's the voice of the people, making changes unfold. In the city of NOLA, we're reclaiming our soul. They try to silence the truth, but he's loud and clear. From the bayou to the block, everyone can hear. Got the people united, it's a movement, no doubt. With his mic in hand, he's breaking all the clout. City eat the official scheming, yeah, they playing it slick. But Gerard's on the line and he's ready to kick. For the schools and the streets, he's fighting the fight. With a heart full of passion, he's igniting the night. Gerard on the radio, calling out the lies, bringing light to the dark, keeping hope in our eyes. He's the voice of the people, making changes unfold. In the city of NOLA, we're reclaiming our soul. From the jazz in the streets to the gumbo pot, he's the pulse of the city, giving all he's got. Together we rise, united we stand. With Gerard on the radio, we're taking back our land. So tune in, y'all, let the truth resonate. With Gerard on the mic, we're rewriting our fate. In New Orleans, the power is ours to embrace. Keep it real, keep it loud, let's uplift this place. In the streets to the gumbo pot, he's the pulse of the city, giving all he's got. Together we rise, united we stand. With Gerard on the radio, we're taking back our land. So tune in, y'all, let the truth resonate. With Gerard on the mic, we're rewriting our fate. In New Orleans, the power is ours to embrace. Keep it real, keep it loud, let's uplift this place. Gerard on the radio, calling out the lies, bringing light to the dark, keeping hope in our eyes. He's the voice of the people, making changes unfold. In the city of NOLA, we're reclaiming our soul. Yeah, tune in, y'all. Let the truth resonate. With Gerard on the mic, we're rewriting our fate. In New Orleans, the power is ours to embrace. Keep it real, keep it loud, let's uplift this place. Gerard on the radio, calling out the lies, bringing light to the dark, keeping hope in our eyes. He's the voice of the people, making changes unfold. In the city of NOLA, we're reclaiming our soul. Yeah, let the truth resonate. With Gerard on the mic, we're rewriting our fate. In New Orleans, the power is ours to embrace. Keep it loud, let's uplift this place. Yeah, yeah.
Yo, yo, yo. Whoa, now, what's going on with you? Hoping everybody is having a good day. Welcome to Tuesday. Yeah, had to think about what day it was. Tuesday. A little chilly outside, but that's okay. It ain't raining. And we got a lot to talk about. All right, my number 504-582-9422. Everybody's smiling and yee and today because of what? After 12 years, Susie Morgan moves the NOPD to say we're gonna give y'all's own insight and going through the sustainment plan. All right, let's talk about this too, because everybody's like, did we just get rid of the consent decree? No, I don't think so. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at it and saying to myself, this sustainment plan, they call it a major step toward independence. All righty then. Federal judge on today placed New Orleans Police Department under a 2-year sustainment plan, a major step toward independence. After 12 years under a sprawling court-enforced reform agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice. And Kirkpatrick, the NOPD superintendent, said, "What a great day this is." Who made compliance with the reform pact as an early goal when she took the helm of the city's police force in late 2023. Says it's a huge milestone for the city. And this police department is truly a world-class police department in a world-class city. U.S. District Judge Susie Morgan also rejected as moot a bid that Mayor LaToya Cantrell's administration launched Friday that aimed to resurrect a 2022 motion. That motion was to say, let's exit federal oversight altogether. Not give us a chance to say, we need to do, step by step. She said, let's get out of it altogether. So the gambit blindsided the New Orleans City Council members, as well as Kirkpatrick, who said she learned about it after it was filed late Friday. Morgan, who was overseeing the NOPD consent decree since its inception, took a dim view at the late bid by Cantrell and Attorney General Liz Merrill to force the issue. It appears to the court to be political gamesmanship that threatens the integrity of this court's role, says Susie Morgan. Nevertheless, the court is convinced that the NOPD is committed to the sustainment plan. Morgan announced her decision in a ceremonial room inside the federal courthouse in New Orleans. It came less than 24 hours after a court hearing in which NOPD and Justice Department officials described the department reform and transformed under the consent decree. They also defended the 2-year plan for making those reforms durable while still under the court's watch, even as Cantrell, Merrill, and Governor Jeff Landry urged a swifter end to the oversight. Morgan also denied the city's request to enroll a lawyer with Merrill's office to represent it, a move that ranked a majority of it rankled a majority, and rankled meaning that it made them feel very uncomfortable with the majority of the New Orleans City Council. There's a process in the charter in which outside special counsel has to be approved by the council. That did not happen, says City Council President Red Bottoms. It was a dastardly last-minute kind of gasp, and not only was kind of offensive, but also just really was confusing. You confused. You confused. Why you confused? It shouldn't be confusing. That might be the wrong word to use. It's not confusing. It's not confusing to me. If I want to take one of my own people and put it in the process, is to make sure that I know exactly from my people what's being said, what's being done, and giving them direction so I could take y'all's butt over in the long run. What you confused for? Morgan also noted that she previously rejected an attempt by the Attorney General's office under Landry to file amicus brief supporting the city's motion to end the consent decree. Morgan said the move in the NOPD sustainment plan that she endorsed on Tuesday were mutually exclusive. The sustainment plan acknowledges that NOPD has yet reached its full compliance. It has not reached its full compliance with the reforms, while the motion to terminate the agreement claims that the police force already has cleared the bar. The city cannot have it both ways. She pointed on ongoing deficiencies on the force, including an incomplete remedial action plan for internal affairs investigations, and Friday's 11th hour legal maneuvering undermined a decade of work by NOPD, Morgan said, and it diminishes the credibility of top leadership of the city. Stella Cement, who is the city's independent police monitor, said she agreed with Morgan's take. Hundreds of police and public comments submitted over the plan were based on the understanding that NOPD is committing to 2 years of work. A motion like that taps into the fears the community had. A nominee of former President Barack Obama, Morgan has overseen the NOPD consent decree since shortly after then. Mayor Mitch Landrieu agreed to it in the summer of 2012. The Justice Department then, under Obama, was a proponent of consent decrees, that is, a mechanism for local reforms. Landrieu invited an investigation by the DOJ, which issued a blistering report in 2011 that found that the NOPD rife with construction, corruption, unconstitutional practices, and bias. Landrieu would also soon try to get out of the deal, arguing that the feds hoodwinked him by confecting another costly consent decree at the same time to reform the parish jail. But the NOPD reform agreement remained through 4 police chiefs and both highs and lows in crime. So, as I take a look at this, and I'm reading, and I'm looking and saying to myself, oh, they on the off-ramp. That's what everybody's calling it. The off-ramp. They on the off-ramp to come off of this thing. Susie Morgan basically said, I'm going to give you a little leeway, but y'all ain't out the consent decree. What? We going to find a good little word, a good little phrase that we can call it. Well, what we going to call it? How about a sustainment period? What you say, girl? Yeah. Everybody repeat after me. We going to go in a ceremonial room inside the federal courthouse. We going to have us a little drinky drink and a couple of charcuterie boards. A couple of what? Charcuterie. Did you know they had the charcuterie? They had the charcuterie. Mm-hmm.
You mean a cheese platter?
There you go. There's a charcuterie. Mm-hmm. I was saying, why you had to go to the Ninth Ward, bro? You went straight. Was that?
I'm just saying.
What was that, Uptown? Which one was that? Just regular.
Just regular old New Orleans.
I was trying to go to the charcuterie.
You was trying to go to the Garden District.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. That's all. Have you had a piece of cheese? Would you like to have this with a little Grey Poupon? Mm-hmm. Yes, I would. Thank you very much. So you can get it off of the charcuterie board. Mm-hmm.
Or if you're at the card game, the cheese tree.
The cheese. Or what you call it, the little square sandwiches. Mm-hmm. The little, you know how they cut the
finger sandwiches?
Yeah, the finger sandwiches. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the little square sandwiches. Yeah, what you got in there? Oh, some delicacies. Oh, what you got? Ham. That bologna.
And it's not Grey Poupon. It's mustard. and mayonnaise mixed together.
Oh boy, it's a little something off the charcuterie board. That's all it is. Well, Wally said it's the triangle sandwiches. Oh Lord, that's funny. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, we're gonna call it a containment period. That's what we're gonna say. We're gonna let y'all say that, we're gonna let y'all come down off of the, but you still have to put together all of your, things that you have on your board to say that this is what we're going to change. And then they started rolling out the other stuff that they didn't change. I'm like, well, what changed? What happened to the sex crimes unit? Because sex crimes went the opposite direction. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. We didn't change none of that? And then they said that the 2-year plan is to make reforms, they would call it durable. Durable? How you make reforms durable? Is that something that we find on the charcuterie board? Durable? Oh, boy. You know, I said that one time before to somebody. I said, man, boy, I got a nice charcuterie board. They were like, what?
I'm sure.
They didn't know what the charcuterie was.
I'm sure.
For real?
For real.
Am I being bougie? That's bougie?
Yes. 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 I mean, I didn't literally.
Don't tell me you didn't know what a charcuterie board was.
Bro.
Oh.
I am not going to lie to you.
Oh, no.
I am not going to lie to you.
It's the charcuterie.
It was about 4 years. 4 years ago that I found out that thing was not called the cheese tree.
They got the cheese tray running around. Oh, man, I'm going to get something off the cheese and crackers. I want some crackers. What kind of crackers is them? Oh, them look like some old fancy crackers. Mm-hmm. And what other kind
that ain't Ritz.
like, what kind of meats y'all got up on there, too? Y'all got some different types of meats. Them meats got something in them.
That's smoked?
Bruh. I said that one time to somebody. I said, man, I got to go to this party, da-da-da. Why don't you go with me? He was like, all right, dude, I'm going to go with you, da-da-da. I said, yeah. He said, but I didn't eat. I was like, you really hungry or can you eat something? Because, you know, they're going to have, like, charcuterie boards and all that other stuff. And he was like, what?
You sure that wasn't me?
No, that wasn't you. I said, they're going to have charcuterie boards around, you know, walking around with them and stuff. So you go and get, you know, little finger sandwiches and all of that other stuff. They were like, oh, okay. And they had that confused look on his face. And he said, bro, I got to ask you, what's your charcuterie boards? I said, for real? He said, yeah. I said, I'm going to show it to you when I get there. And then, sure enough, I was like, that's charcuterie board. He said the same thing you did. Man, it's cheese tray.
Cheese tray.
Oh, boy. So some folks call it charcuterie. I call it charcuterie. I didn't know.
Anybody? I'm gonna keep it to myself. I have another name for people that just feel like the need to show out and call it a charcuterie board around me, and you know that I know it as a cheese tray.
Mm-hmm. Ain't nothing wrong with the cheese tray, but you know what we were calling at one point. You know they passing out the cold cuts. They got the cold cuts.
But no. See. Well, yeah.
I'm like, they got the cold cut. Everything on that cold cut.
Yep. You know what? I was probably introduced to the cold cut tray before the cheese tray.
I was like, wait a minute. They got a charcuterie board. And they be walking around with it, or they have it usually for charcuterie they have it all fixed up and on the table, you know.
Little umbrellas and little
diddy dabs and the olives and all the different crackers.
You know what? That's the difference between a charcuterie board and a cheese tree.
What?
We ain't gonna have no olives and all that. We're gonna have some cheese, some meat,
some different cheeses.
No, you're lucky if they got some different cheese.
They usually have a different cheese. They usually have what they usually have.
Some meat and some crackers.
Some different crackers. The little cubed cheese cuts.
The little cube cheese
with some little what you call them things? The toothpicks.
With the toothpicks, yeah.
A couple of olives or different types of olives, stuffed olives.
Yeah, that's when you get into charcuterie.
You get bougie.
That's when it becomes charcuterie.
That's charcuterie.
And not a cheese tree.
And then you go to some of these places and be like, they ain't cheese trays, nor are they charcuterie. You know what they are?
What?
Charcuterie. Like, what the hell? Who fixed this? Oh, you fixed it? Oh, okay. And you try not to say nothing, but you don't eat nothing on the thing. And just keep like, no one's eating anything off of the cheese tray because we can't tell that that's cheese. So thank you. Appreciate you. See ya.
Yeah, I used to rib the charcuterie board until I actually started trying the charcuterie.
So let me. You know I got stories, right? So I gotta tell you this story. This one just happened for Thanksgiving. No, this happened for Christmas. my aunt, not my aunt, but my cousin, had all the family together, and I think I may have told you this, but she had all the family for Christmas over her house in Greensboro, North Carolina. So we all drove up there, about an hour away from where my sister lives, and we drove up there, and we went, had a whole truckload, and she had her family there, and we all got there, and had a good time talking to one another. We hadn't seen each other in a while, and she had dinner catered. And the lady had a very nice charcuterie board on the island in the middle of the kitchen, and everybody was walking up and getting their little stuff and da 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 da. But she also had the food catered, and the lady that was catering it was there, and I was like, "Oh man, you did this!" She had the big old thing of macaroni and cheese, the fried chicken. Oh man, she had that chicken there. Had two different types of chicken, the greens and everything. And I put, a little bit of something on my plate. All of it on my plate. And then I noticed that everybody that was sitting down at the table wasn't really eating their chicken. And I was like, what's going on? How come nobody's really eating the chicken? And then I took the chicken. I took a bite of it. And it wasn't cooked all the way through. It fooled you. It was cooked on the outside, but the inside of the chicken was still red. Yeah, you ever done that before? When it lets me know that the heat was too hot. So you cook the outside quickly, but the inside of the chicken was red. Let me know you ain't cooked that chicken all the way through. And then one of my boys was there, and he was eating, and I was sitting up at the table right beside him talking, da 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 da. And I just noticed that everybody at the table, but nobody was eating their chicken. And he took a bite of his chicken, and I noticed he put it down, and he ain't never picked that chicken up again. So me I was being a straight butt. I really was. I already knew what was going on with the chicken. I said, Malcolm. He said, yeah, bro. I said, how come you ain't eating your chicken, bro? How come you ain't eating your chicken? I thought he was going to say it. That Negro said, I ain't eating the chicken because the last time I took a bite out of it, it said, ouch. Right. I thought I was going to fall out in the floor. The chicken said, ouch. It was still alive. Right. Oh, my God. Everybody at the table died. I mean, it was like you could have picked us up off the floor. And the baddest part about it is the lady who had done the catering, she was at the table. Yeah, I felt bad for her, but it was some fun. That was funny, bro. I had turned about 4 sheets of red. I had to get up and go to the bathroom because I had to laugh so hard. I was about to pop right then when he said, I took a bite out of it, but, I couldn't eat no more because last time I did take a bite out of it, the chicken said, ouch. I was like, oh, bruh. Woo, I got stories. So what y'all think about this being out of the consent decree? We not out the consent decree. I don't know why this is being portrayed as we are out of the consent decree. We are not. And this 2-year sustainment of, I guess us looking over ourselves, Susie Morgan made it very clear. She said, I'm going to let you get off that off-ramp, but you still got a ways to go because y'all full compliance ain't up to par. It's not up to par. This sustainment plan acknowledges that you might be trying to reach compliance, but you're not there. So your motion to terminate is thrown out. That's mute. That's not mute. That's mute. That's not no good thing. Clap all you want to. Y'all can play like y'all out the consent decree, but you're not. Anybody else get that too? 504-582-9422. More coming up, y'all. We got to take a break.
Trying to grow your business or increase traffic to your location? We can help. WBOK 1230 AM has a number of solutions that will meet your individual needs. Give one of our consultants a call today at 504-582-9420 or email us at info@wbok1230.com. And remember, an investment with WBOK is an investment in our community. Call today.
The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation is the nonprofit organization that owns the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival presented by Shell. With the funds generated from Jazz Fest, the foundation invests in Louisiana communities through economic development, cultural enrichment, and free educational programs. To learn more about the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation, please visit us at www.jazzandheritage.org.
Flu cases are at critical levels. I'm Dr. Takesha Charles Davis, President and CEO of New Orleans East Hospital. It is so important that our community gets its flu vaccine. Millions of people are hospitalized every year with flu complications, and thousands of those cases result in death. Flu Ready NOLA urges you to protect yourself and your loved ones by getting your flu shot today. Visit a healthcare provider, pharmacy, or hospital to get your shot and be Flu Ready NOLA.
Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check, look. Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check, look.
All right, folks, welcome back. Gerard Stevens, Jazz. We both hanging out on the charcuterie board. Or by the charcuterie board, because if we own the charcuterie board, y'all ain't gonna eat nothing. We just hanging out by the charcuterie board. Hey, bro, you remember this? Y'all know you're gonna remember this. The lady that does charcuterie,
Yes.
and she came by here and brought us like,
Gray's that?
huh?
The lady from Gray's that?
Was that who that was?
Yeah.
I thought it was the charcuterie lady. I thought that's what they called her.
No.
Yeah, that was the charcuterie lady.
Oh.
Wasn't
With the fruits and the Oh, not the one with the fruits and the
No, she brought, it was like salami, cheeses.
Yeah, cheeses, and they had fruits like
It had no fruits
strawberries and
I don't think it had fruits on that one.
Okay, well we talking about two
It's
different
probably
ones.
two different
Two
ones,
different
probably
ones.
2 different days.
Yeah.
But I remember the charcuterie lady, she bought a couple of different ones over here. They were the smaller ones, individuals, because she did it for, the big ones, and she bought ones that were individuals. And she bought them by here one time. The charcuterie lady, that's what they called her. And I'm looking her up, and it's really her title. That's the really name of her business, the charcuterie lady. So if you want a charcuterie board, she'll make it for you. All right, Mr. Elmo.
Hello.
What you say?
Hey, look, I'm asking a good question. The new police chief,
Hmm.
how long has she been in office?
Probably close to a year, if not a year.
Now, educate me because I may be missing something. I thought the understanding of her getting that position was for her to sell herself in terms on how would she handle the consent decree in New Orleans and what she has done in other municipalities when she was chief to get us through this transition. I thought that's one of the reasons why she was picked, correct?
Yeah.
So I'm saying it's very disappointing that we're still in this dogfight, if you will, that the federal government, for whatever reason, is not even understanding what she has done. I mean, it looks like to me what the federal government should do. They're saying you may not be ready to be removed from the consent decree, but we can see you're not. We're not talking about good intentions, Gerard. We're talking about things that has been done to get you away. What has she done?
cheerlead them to comply with the reforms that have been put in place. Become friends with the federal judge, so that Susie Morgan will feel closer to someone there, so that they can have some type of conversation. Because from what I understand, they ride horses together. That's what I understand. Now, is that the truth? I don't know. I'm just saying from what I understand.
Well, evidently it's not working because, look, listen,
I do. I think it's working.
look, being friends with you and me doing my job is a whole other different ball game.
So let me ask you
If
this
you
before you
say-
go on. But let
Okay.
me ask you this before you go on, because this is important. Now, compare her to the former chiefs. Do you think that we'd be in acknowledgement of going through this sustainment period?
Okay, well, I think the police chief that we had, and we all, not going back because we all made comments in terms of we felt she could have still be our chief.
Mm-hmm.
I felt yesterday and today and tomorrow with an open mind that she would have a better understanding to convince the federal government that we're going to be on the right path of getting away from the consent decree.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is, I don't care if she drink with the judge or how friendly she is with the judge. Evidently, it's not working. In other words, I can be friends with you.
It is. It is
I mean,
working. So
you-
what
you
you're
think it's
missing
working?
out of this, though, Mr. Elmore,
Okay.
is it just don't go away. It ain't you in today, and if I file a motion and I'm just gonna drop it all together. So what is next to get out of it is the sustainment period, meaning they get to police and do this themselves. They get to say, okay, these are the steps that we got to do, and we're going to be overseeing ourselves. But I'm looking at it and saying, well, the federal monitor is still involved. The judge is still involved. So are we closer to being out? They call it the off ramp, meaning that, you're now on the downcline of saying you're not in the full consent decree. You're on the
Well,
off
Jerome,
ramp. But I'm looking
Jerome,
at it and saying to myself that this is still the same to me.
What you want? I mean, listen. When you are evaluated, and they give you, when you are evaluated, and they give you the pros and cons of your evaluation,
Mm-hmm.
they give you specific understanding of what you need to improve. So I'm still where I'm lost at. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's above my pay grade to understand this. Specifically, what do the mayor, the councilman at large, the police chief understand? What do we need to do to be on the same page with you, federal government, judge, to get us away from the consent decree? I've never heard anything discussed about that. So maybe, excuse me for asking questions like that, because I don't know. That's why I'm asking. What
So-
do we need to do, specifically what you know? What do we need to do?
So there has been a list of requirements that the federal monitor has said that we need to improve on. These are the things that need to
Okay.
get taken care of. And that list is over, if I'm not mistaken, was 150 different issues that needed to be taken care of. I think it got down to the top 54 that needed immediate attention. That was during Surpass. Surpass up until the next police chief. But I'm thinking to myself, as I hear all these different entities, I'm trying to think what we working on, because we didn't had all 12 years to work on them. And the federal monitor continues to say they're not getting better or they're getting better. And if they say they're not getting better, guess what? I report to the oversight person, who is Judge Susie Morgan. And then Susie Morgan says, okay, we're not improving. We're not improving. But to me, in this same old situation, we still under the consent decree. This isn't getting away from the consent decree. They're saying you're getting better. And now you're going to get a chance to see and be able to evaluate yourselves, and then probably in 2 years you'll be able to get out completely. But the question is, do you think we'll get out in 2 years? I don't think so.
Well, this is the thing. And the police chief was heavily recruited. The mayor was heavily involved in picking her. I would think when you pick someone to be your chief, with the understanding that you have the consent decree to deal with, some very serious questions have to be asked to the police chief at the time you're trying to recruit her to come here. What is your plan by, say, year date you're going to have accomplished to get us away with a consent decree? I'm just wondering if there's anything was written in stone.
No. And that wouldn't be a fair answer that she gave, or a correct answer that she gave, because it wouldn't be a correct question that you put on, because you got to remember something. There are only several departments across the country, police departments across the country, whether we're looking at large markets or small markets, that have gotten consent decrees taken out of police departments within a timely fashion. She came from Oakland. They're still under consent decree, and I think that's been 25 years. So I don't think that would be a fair question for her. I just think that she's been put in that place so that the judge will feel more comfortable with her instead of the other folks that were in there prior to. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm asking you this, and you may have an answer for it. I don't have an answer. That's why I'm asking you. The existing problems that New Orleans Police Department has is so egregious, if you will, that it's going to really take a lot of work. I know they seem to be doing as good as they could, considering the consent decree is very serious. But it looks like to me, I mean, is it that what the action of the NOPD, is that great, or is it just, you think they're nitpicking?
No, they're not nitpicking.
Okay.
There are several different things that need to be improved when we talk about the crime victims. The sexual assault victims unit needs to be improved. I know they had some issues with PIB in the past. Then you're also looking at all the different issues that came up with the promotions. Those are still the issues that are still coming up that Susan Morgan is very aware of. So, no, they still got their issues, and they pretty egregious.
One more thing. Is it realistic to think that this will not be thrown out until we have a next mayor, you think?
Yeah, it's going to be the next mayor. So this will not be thrown out. I mean, to me, we still under consent decree. We might be what we call in the sustainment period, but a sustainment period is at least 2 years. Unfortunately, Mr. Elmore, and I know everybody's going to call me Debbie Downer, something's going to happen within those 2 years to make them put them right back. Just watch. Something's going to happen. Don't know what it is, but something will.
All right, Chief.
All right, Mr. Elmo.
All right, buddy.
Talk to you.
Bye.
All right, y'all. We'll do the break here. Noonie, hold on. I'm coming back. News is next.
WBOK 1230 AM New Orleans. Home of the Reality Check. Weekdays 1 to 4 p.m.
This news report is brought to you by New Schools for New Orleans.
I'm Bree Wood with 4 things you should know with BIN News. Health experts support reducing nicotine in cigarettes to prevent addiction and lower new smoker rates. The CDC links smoking to 480 deaths annually. Hamas will reportedly release nearly 36 hostages as part of a ceasefire deal. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said a ceasefire agreement is closer than ever with an initial 6-week phase. A Texas man named Michael Lewis was arrested for stalking basketball star Caitlin Clark, sending threats and explicit messages. Clark became concerned for her safety due to his presence in Indianapolis. And as TikTok's future in the U.S. is uncertain, the Chinese app RedNote has become the top free app on the Apple App Store. Users call it China's TikTok for its video sharing, photo posting, text posting, and shopping features. I'm Bree Wood on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
New Schools for New Orleans wants to send a special shout out to our partner, the All-State Sugar Bowl. During the holiday break, over 30 teachers had the opportunity to ride in the New Year's Eve parade, and boy, did they have a blast. In addition, we had over 60 teachers attend the All-State Sugar Bowl game. Out of the 60, 11 teachers received a $1,000 gift card to purchase needed supplies to enhance the learning experiences for their students. Thank you, All-State Sugar Bowl, for your commitment to NOLA's teachers.
Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check. Look. Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check. Look.
All right, folks, welcome back. 504-582-9422. Am I wrong in what I'm saying? Federal judge on today, Susan Morgan, says, all right, we're going to move you out of here. And everybody's like, yay, what a great day it is. Yay, what a great day. But I'm saying to myself, they didn't get rid of the consent decree. U.S. District Judge Susan Morgan rejected and made it moot that a bid by Mayor LaToya Cantrell's administration launched Friday that aimed to resurrect a 2022 motion for the NOP to exit federal oversight outright with no off-ramp. What they're calling, what we're moving into is the off-ramp, which means we got 2 years to get everything up to par. We're going to take away some of this, this oversight, but y'all still under the consent decree. Noonay.
Hello?
What's going on, Big Money?
Hey, Gerard, how you doing, bro?
Good, man. How you doing?
I got a letter for you. Let me apologize, bro, because everybody got it, and you know it's done by the United Front, but I'm going to get into the letter after. So I got to apologize. I didn't get it to you. But first of all, I've been there for the last 2 days of the consent decree, and I've been following the consent decree. I agree with you, Gerard. They're celebrating congratulations, but as far as you're concerned, they're still in the consent decree.
They're still in it. I know I ain't crazy. Am I crazy?
They're still in it.
They're still in
it. And what the judge in the Department of Justice, and I think the federal monitors made it clear, hey, if they go back to the old way it's being evaluated, it's just what you said.
You
They'll
go right
back into it.
Right. So what's all the, I'm sorry, was there a lot of pomp and circumstance about this? I'm like, wait a minute. Are
No.
we really playing to the point where we're saying, yay? Because
That's
she
right.
didn't say, okay, it's over. She just basically said, we're going to give you an off-ramp. We're going to give you some type of sustainment period that we're going
That's
to give you
right.
2 years to see if y'all
Well,
really
they-
going to get yourselves together. And
That's
everybody's
right. And-
acting like, the police chief was acting like grandma was basically the savior of us getting out of the consent decree. And I'm like, we not out the consent decree.
That's right, Gerard. But, today was the first day me seeing Susan Morgan coming with fire. Let me give her credit.
Okay.
She came with fire, and people not going to tell you a lot of stuff you said on the WBOK. It shows me the federal judge listening, because in her comments, she talked about the sexual assault units. In her comments, she's talked about the HIV case. In her comments, she talked about the PIB. She talked about the cover-ups. And I'm telling you, she was smoking. But then I said, oh, she listened to Gerard's show. But at the end of the day,
me and Susan Morgan, we go back, ways back, we like babies and pacifiers, bro, babies and
Yeah.
pacifiers, you know what I'm saying?
So they ain't really out it. They're under sustainability, and they're going to be monitored. And like you say, they're going to do some things to go back in, because me and you know some things coming.
Right.
And at the end of the day, they just put a letter out, congratulations. Now, why I'm so hot? Look what they put out, congratulations to the city. Okay, the NOPD. Okay, Jeff Landrew and Liz Morrell. Wait a minute. Jeff Landrew and Liz Morrell, along with the mayor, waited till Friday, and they try to get rid of the consent decree, right?
Right.
And so what they did was they filed a motion. So what I did, Gerard, and I'm going to get the letter to you so you can better understand, I filed against Liz Morrell. How can Liz Morrell come here and take over our city and be the city attorney when the home rule charter said she can't do it?
Right, and she tried to put one of her attorneys within the consent decree to be one of the persons to answer for the federal monitor, and I was like, no.
Say it again.
You can't do that.
That's right. So NOF, our group NOF and us filed the letter I'm going to get to you, and we hit them on the home rule charter. But just not that. The city, before they hire any lawyer or anybody to speak on the city or co-partner with the city, they got to go before the
you
the
had to
city
go in front
council.
of the city council. City council has to agree to that.
So keep in mind, after that
And
is
they
a
didn't.
conflict of interest. Because Liz said she investigating the security breaks and all that, so it's a conflict of interest. You investigating them and you want to be the attorney on the consent decree. But what I feel is that Jeff Landrew and Liz Morrell, that was just a play to try to take over the city of New Orleans. And when they got the mayor to sign on to it to get rid of the consent decree, at the end of the day, it was a trick and a treat. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to come in here and take over everything. You know what I'm saying, Gerard?
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, you know, they couldn't do it. So what I did, I CC all the media, I CC'd the city council and everybody. So then the council put out a letter that is true about the home rule charter, and that what I said in the letter, that's why I want to get it to you. Councilman Oliver Thomas signed, Helena Moreno signed, JP signed, Leslie Harris signed. Hold on, I'm missing somebody. Leslie Harris and the fifth council, Joe Geruso.
Yeah.
Eugene Green didn't sign.
What?
And
He didn't?
No, I'm going to send a copy to you. He didn't sign. Eugene Green didn't sign. No, it was a violation. I want you to see it before you can see it yourself. And at the end of the day, nobody knows why he didn't sign. But it was against the home rule charter and everything. So against Liz Morrell, Jeff Landrew, I want to know why Eugene Green didn't sign it. Because at the end of the day, I'm not talking about the mayor. I'm putting her on the side right now. But are we going to allow Jeff Landrew and Liz Morrell just to do what they want in our city and come talk about getting rid of the consent decree? Now, Gerard, you might agree with me, you might don't. But why I was against the sustainability, but why I went with it, I'm going to tell you why. We got Mr. Earnshead going in on January the 20th, Donald Trump. So you don't know what he's going to do to consent decrees, but when it's in sustainability, it makes him like he can't really do nothing.
Right.
Or, they're going to try to do something, but people need to understand now he can't do nothing. So I think it was a good move to make this move because it's either something or nothing. Mm-hmm. Because if Donald Trump and that new dude with the FBI, the one they say don't know nothing, we don't know what all them got planned. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So people was complaining about the NOPD, and I think this was, like you say, a good move. But if they mess up, they're right back. And they didn't use the consent decree. They say they'll add sustainability on, which was just saying they'll go back to the consent decree.
I am looking at this article that was in NOLA. They quoted you, but they also quoted Eugene Green, Councilman Eugene Green, saying that we learned and saw that the NOPD is clearly a different department, adding that he hopes that the city doesn't appeal Susan Morgan's decision. So evidently he's for her decision. Because
but look, I'm going to show you the first thing he did,
Mm-hmm.
and he's trying to cover his butt because he thought it was going to. Today he thought the judge was going to rule with Jeff and Liz, and I'm going to send you the thing so you can see it for yourself, that he didn't sign. So if you felt that way,
why
wouldn't
wasn't you
you
there
have
before?
signed first when they put the letter out?
Right. I got you.
So I just want to send you the goods so they don't say Gerard and Nooney is in a conspiracy theory, so you can have it. And I want to give you the letter so you can have it, and you can, go from where you go. But at the end of the day, my concern is when is the NOPD sexual assault unit going to do right? And what they're not saying, Gerard, is because of you. They don't want nobody to know. Guess how many officers they have sent to the sex assault unit when you talked about, domestic and rape, and you brought those people on your show. They got 8 new detectives going there because of backlogs of cases and cover-ups. Yeah. They don't want nobody to know. But that happened right on the Gerard Stevenson show as the NOPD turns.
Yes, indeed. That's all right. We got more coming.
That's right. We got more coming. So that's why I want people to know you ain't playing with them when you telling them that they're going to do something. Oops, I wasn't supposed to say that. But Gerard got more.
Man, we got some more. I mean, there's more to come. And I'm looking at, and as a matter of fact, I got confronted. I know you know, but I got confronted. When I just happened to walk by some folks, I got confronted, and they were like, "Man, we need to talk to you." I'm like, "Oh boy, here we go." And then I'm looking into another case that I know that I'm probably going to get an answer to this week because I filed for a public records request on a couple of things, and I haven't gotten an answer yet, but I know I'll probably get it this week.
And look, that thing you talking about walking with a couple of folks, that person is shoveling and everything. But when you gave him the call, he didn't answer back, but all of a sudden, Gerard, I need you. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, I'm laughing. But thank you, Gerard. Thank WBOK, because I know, Gerard, what you have done for a couple of people. And cases wouldn't have moved if you wouldn't have added on your show. And I'm very thankful because I'm telling you, they don't know the rest. But once it's happened, I'm going to give you the stuff so you can tell them, hey, I told y'all so.
I got some questions for you.
Uh-oh.
So everybody and their mama's saying that you're running for office. Are you?
Yes, I'm running. Because I'm tired of the corruption.
Telling me that. You are running.
I am running. I'm tired of the corruption. I'm tired of what's going on. Our people are suffering, Gerard. And I listen to WBOK, and I listen to a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I'm hearing for the people, but let me tell you, the thing Nooney is running, that's number one. He's running for Council District D. But guess what? I don't want no money from nobody. You'll see what we running. I don't want nothing because it's time for a change. People are suffering. People are hurting. And a lot of stuff you be talking about, Gerard, people get mad with you, but you tell the truth. And I don't care whether I win, and then you might come after me because that's you. And then we'll laugh about it after, but I like her real. But I'm definitely running for District D.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to put that out there to make sure because, everybody coming to me, is it true? Did you talk to him? Is it true? I'm like, well, I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask him on the air.
It's definitely true. They've been saying I'm running for this and that. I'm running for District D. I don't really care what nobody's saying. I'm a champion for the people. I done been on the streets. I've been fighting, and I stand on what I stand on. So, yes, I'm running, Gerard. I'm running.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we put it out there and get the
right
answer.
Your other project, she's highly considering running.
Oh, good, because we put the vice grip on it. She didn't, and she didn't know that I was gonna say it on the air, but yeah, and I ain't got no problem saying it too, because I told Jamie she need to run.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So yes, I'm running, but I ain't entertaining them. They already on Instagram with all that. I don't entertain that. I'm gonna run my race and not gonna be negative, gonna be positive.
Oh, it's coming.
And all your show, I encourage anybody listening. Anybody listening that's serious about run.
There you go.
Run. We need a change in this city.
There you go. Thank you, my brother.
Thank
Always
you,
good talking to you in a minute. All right, noon 8. Yes, indeed. So now that's cleared up. I bet you know. Now you know. All right, we got to take a break here. Miss Anita, hold on. We got to take a break here real quick. We're going to come back. We're going to have some more conversation with you, too. 504-582-9422 is the number to get in contact with us with. All right, we'll do that in just a minute, y'all. It's Tuesday, and we got to talk. More coming up next right here at WBOK.
Norman Robinson is back.
Can you hear me now?
And he's taking no prisoners.
Can you hear me now?
Each weekday, Norman Robinson brings you commentary with Off the Top.
The incident was shocking, disturbing, disgusting, disappointing, and sad.
Each weekday, Off the Top with Norman Robinson is heard exclusively right here.
It's Off the Top with Norman Robinson on WBOK 1230 AM.
Welcome to Chemical of the Month, a service of the community scientist and Rise St. James. This month, we're focusing on lead, a heavy metal that's dense, soft, and poses serious health risks. In Cancer Alley, lead exposure from industrial emissions or contaminated soil can significantly increase cancer risks and other health problems. Stay informed and protect your health. For more information, visit risestjames.org.
Hi, this is Cary Grant. Let's elevate every Tuesday through Thursday from 6 to 7 p.m. as we discuss the community, the country, and the world, from politics to current events and sports. We look forward to your input and continuing the quality programming on your community station, WBOK. Join us every Tuesday through Thursday, 6 to 7 p.m. on Elevated Conversations, the Arnie and Cary Show.
Visit DePaul's new Algiers Health Center at 2801 General de Gaulle Drive to receive primary and preventive care for both adults and children. Services also include behavioral health, imaging, and on-site pharmacy, vision, Medicaid enrollment assistance, and more. For appointments, visit DePaulCommunityHealthCenters.org or call 504-207-3060.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM.
Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check. Look. Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check. Look.
All right, folks, welcome back. Miss Anita.
Hello.
Hello there. How you doing?
All right. Good afternoon, y'all. This is a theory I had. Like they're gonna be not out of the consent decree for 2 years, but it's still going to be under it just to see how their behavior is, right? How they're going to behave for the next 2 years.
And how they going to clean up the little issues that the federal monitors are going to find, and what Susan Morgan has already told them that they need to clean up.
Okay, so I think they're going to do that. They're going to be on their best behavior and everything to get out of it. That's just my theory. I think that they're going to probably clean up their act and be on their best behavior for the next 2 years. And when the next 2 years up, they're going to look at it and, well, they've been doing well. And I think that's how they're going to operate. That's just my thing. That's just my theory. They're going to be good. They're going to act right. They're going to clean their little act up just to get out of it.
You think so?
I think so.
Tell me why you think that, though. I'm trying to figure out why you're thinking that.
Well, I think that because they want out. They want out. So they're going to be on their best behavior to get out. And then, once they get out of it, they're going to mess up. That's when they're going to start messing up. They're going to clean it up now. But once they get out, that's when they're going to mess up. That's just my thing. That's just my thinking. That's just the way I'm thinking. But y'all thinking something different. And, that's just what I think.
But that's why I looked around and just said to myself, are we really out of this thing? Or is that just another way to say you've improved, but you still got a long way to go? And try to make it sound like we out of it. Because to me,
Right.
it was promoted as a fact that, well, we getting ready to make a major announcement on today. And this major announcement is going to say whether we should be or shouldn't be in this consent decree any longer. And Susan Morgan said, you still in the consent decree. We're just going to let you go through what we call the sustainment plan. And I was like, what's sustainment? Because I had to look up the word sustainment because I'm trying to figure out if we're going to call it sustainment, what does that mean? And sustainment in the dictionary says is support or maintenance of something or someone. So that means we got a lot of maintenance to do to several issues that have come up in this plan. But nobody has told me what it is that we need to clean up until Susan Morgan made it a point to say, oh, yeah, these sexual assaults, all this other stuff with PIB. So she's paying attention
yes,
to what's going on in the police department. She said, y'all might have not killed nobody and we had to go to court about it or anything as egregious of what we saw during Katrina. But y'all still got some parts or departments in the NOPD that need to be cleaned up. And I'm going to name them. And she started naming them. And when she started naming them, everybody was like, uh-oh. She said, so here's the deal. You're not as bad as you were, but you haven't concentrated on doing these several things that I done told you for the last 12 years that y'all need to clean up. Since that's the case, and everybody's like, we need to get out of this, we're not going to let you out. So that's a moot point altogether. But I'm letting you know that you're in a sustainment period for the next 2 years. You got 2 years to clean up your act, or I'll put you back. And everybody was, to me, now this is just my perception. And my perception, it was like almost like they were cheerleading, like she said, y'all are out of this thing. And I'm like, we not out. What we acting like? Nothing changed. We still got a federal monitor. We still got her. We still under the consent decree. We just went down what they call an off-ramp. I'm like, an off-ramp. You're just not looking at all the different departments like you were before. But you still got to clean up your sexual assaults as far as that is concerned. We saw the murder rate go down. We saw all this other stuff go down. But Miss Anita, what changed?
Not much in that department as far as the rape department. They still haven't gotten that under control. Those cases with those ladies or those people being raped, they still haven't gotten that out resolved. How many cases they still got to resolve for that?
And evidently, we still behind the 8 ball trying to clean up some of this because we still don't have the DNA lab like we were supposed to. We still are going back and forth with the state on who's doing what. We got a backlog of these sexual assault cases, and we got low manpower. We still have low manpower.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, Miss Anita. We're going to see.
Get the numbers piled up. We'll wait and see for the next 2 years. I'll be praying for them. I hope they get it right, and I hope the departments come together. That's what's wrong with the city. Everybody's so divided. Everybody want to be on top, but nobody want to be,
Nobody want to be accountable. That's what that is. So
that's it.
All right,
nobody
my dear.
want to be accountable, but they want to be on top.
Thank you, my love. Appreciate you much.
All right.
All right.
Keep on listening, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you, baby.
sir. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Yeah, that's Miss Anita. What y'all think? Come on with it. Y'all think this? Am I wrong in assuming this? Because as I read the story, as I hear this, the only two people, which, some people are going to be against it, that really said, oh, let's get up out of this thing altogether, was the mayor and Jeff Landry. And Liz Merrill is Karen Jeff Landry's water. But what was a bad move, and I don't know why she didn't know this, was that she's requesting, when I say she, I'm talking about Liz Merrill. She's requesting that she puts an attorney from her office in the consent decree monitor's place to act as an attorney for the state. And now you done pissed off the city council because they saying, "Hey, who the hell you think you are?" Yeah, I know I'm putting my own words to this. Who do you think you are? You can't have somebody to come in here and act on our behalf. Our home rule charter does not allow that. Now, if you come to us and sit down and have a conversation with us in a public forum and give us good reasoning why you would like one of your attorneys, Miss AG, to go into this process, then we may consider it. But you done violated that process now. Oops. So there's steps that you gotta follow. Is that because she missed it? Or is that just because she's like, I ain't respecting y'all? That's my question. They called it outside special counsel. Outside special counsel? Well, outside special counsel has to be approved by the city council. Why so? Oh, wait a minute. So you trying to tell me that Ms. Morrell tried to put her own attorney in there and then she went over the heads of the city council? Oh, I'm going to say this in my Native American conversation. Oh, no. Bad move. Bad move there, charcuterie. That's a whole bunch of charcuterie. Oh, no, Tonto. That's a whole bunch of charcuterie. They were like, did he say charcuterie? Isn't that meats? That's the cheese board. That's oh, Lord. What you say, Mr. Bill?
One question.
Yes, sir.
Does the yearly financial obligation change?
I don't think so. Listen, all the players are still in effect. All the players are still in effect. You still got a federal monitor. You still got the federal oversight, who is Susan Morgan. She ain't doing it for free. She's still there. You got the monitors. You know, they have to put those guys in, and those $200,000 a year jobs. Those ain't no little jobs that you paying $50 for a listener. They making their opinions too. You still got to have them. You still got to meet their requests, and anything else that goes in with this. It's a step down for the next 2 years. That's what they keep saying. That's step down.
All.
But it's also saying this plan. The plan. They not saying, oh, yeah, y'all moved. They saying you got a plan to defend. And they called it durable.
Durable.
I'm like, okay, dude, my jeans are durable. I got a pair of Levi's. That's durable.
You can wear them another 2 years.
Right.
I'm confused. Is it $7 million a year or $10 million a year?
It's supposed to be $7 million a year, but they are saying that we have paid somewhere in the neighborhood about $15 or $16 million
a year
overall. Now, to me, I'm like, okay, that don't add up. That don't add up. Something wrong.
Number of years has been in it. It's more than 15 million.
So they're saying we have been under this for 12 years.
It's 7 million. Okay, that was my only question. See if we can find that out, and it's probably the same.
But I'm trying to figure out. That's why I'm asking the question today. Is did I miss something? Why we having a celebration? I mean, in a minute we're gonna see the fireworks go off. So are we having a celebration for misinformation that's being portrayed as we got out of it today? We didn't get out of this thing today.
Yesterday.
Nope.
So Noonan is running for
District
Green Creek.
Yep.
Okay. This will be interesting.
It will be interesting.
That's all I got.
What you think?
Thank you, sir. I'm going to have to evaluate the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I evaluated it this morning when I saw the announcement being made, because the announcement was made at what, 9 o'clock this morning?
I was watching the hearing.
And when it was made, it made me go, okay, does that mean we're out of it, or does that mean we're still in it? And then as I talked to several folks, they kept telling me, well, the period is being called the sustainment period. I'm like, okay, so if I look up the word sustainment, it means maintenance. Sustainment is maintenance of something or someone. But I'm thinking to myself, okay, so does that mean that you're trying to clean up what you have initiated? And we know there are several different departments that Susan Morgan has brought up that, well, I guess has been talked about a lot here, so we take credit for it. And that is that sexual assault victims unit. And we also talk about PIB. And it's probably a couple other things that we know that needs to be cleaned up. And if Susan Morgan is bringing that up and saying these are the things that needs to be brought up, that let me know immediately we're not out this thing. Then they said you're still going to have to talk to the Federal Monitor. You're still going to have to comply to several different issues. And the bid that Mayor LaToya Cantrell and Jeff Landry said, okay, we want to be out this thing altogether. Susan Morgan rejected it and said it's moot. She already said it's moot. So we still in it.
Yep.
And that was a motion that was put in 2022. The mayor went back and resurrected it. But she was like, ain't no need to resurrect that thing. That thing don't mean nothing to me. Throw it out. It's moot. So I'm like, okay. So that means we still in this.
There's going to be back and forth discussion on
for the next 2
where
years.
we actually stand.
For the next 2 years. But I just didn't like the fact that it was being portrayed like we out of it, and we're not. I was listening to some other radio stations, and you would have thought that Ann Kirkpatrick kicked somebody in the you know what.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute. This ain't all on her. You know, this we still in it.
Yeah.
So, all right, Mr. Bill, thank you, sir.
Okay, Chief, thank you.
Talk to you. Big Sir.
Hey there, Gerard. How are you, man? And
good,
the
my
listening
brother. How you doing?
I was there yesterday for the beginning of it, but to be honest with you, if you are spiritual, you wouldn't even. I left. I didn't even feel comfortable in that room because to me, it was a show and tell of rank and file of the New Orleans Police Department.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing should be thrown out, and I'm saying it, Shedrick Roy. Nothing should be thrown out, and I hope someone from the federal judge's office is listening. As long as the number 2 guy in the New Orleans Police Department is Hans Garner, who was over the SOD division when RTA operators in full uniform were beat up on Mardi Gras Day, and it was covered up. And I believe there's evidence to prove, that has come out that it was covered up.
Mm-hmm.
We're continuously having cover-ups dealing with the New Orleans Police Department. And now the cover-ups in the New Orleans Police Department is, and if you connect it, is covering up what's happening in the judicial system. And we need the Department of Justice, and we need the FBI to come down here and see what's going on. because of lack of investigations, we got babies in other states. And I'm not going into details. But there's a cover-up going on. But people under that's in this that can hear what I'm saying. Nothing is gonna happen if you're not putting it in writing, if you're not emailing the Department of Justice, if you're not emailing the FBI, if you're not reaching out to the law, what you call them, the people, the law association, the bar association people. Come on, New Orleans citizens. It's time for us to, you got to be so sick and tired, but you got to follow through, because the Bible says faith without works is dead. So we got a lot of dead faith because we're not putting our actions and our resources where our feelings are. We're just getting messed over, Gerard, and we're just taking it. And lastly, I was at the Civil Court building yesterday. Say what you want about Noonan Man, but I saw Noonan Man walking from floor to floor, and I followed him. I'm a little out of shape because I'm a little big boned, a little heavyweight. You know what I mean? Noonan Man, thank you for doing what you do for people. You know, and the proof is in the pudding. He's out there.
Yeah.
So these people running for mayor, I challenge you to talk to me and Noonan Man about the issues that are affecting our people, that are affecting us. So darn shame, man, here in 2025, we still trying to strive as we try to fight and stay alive with no economics, bad education. Where does it stop, Gerard?
I don't know. All right, Sid. Thank you, brother. Gary.
What's going on, G-Man?
What's happening with you?
I'm going to piggyback off of what was said with Noonan and Cedric mostly, but absent from all this conversation is the regular people. It seems that we only want to listen to people who have on uniforms or people who have on suits. You rarely see them in a suit these days. I wore suits and uniforms before. You won't see Noonan running around in a suit like talking about a uniform. You won't see Big Sad running around in a suit like a uniform like talking about it. Members of No for No Cops, W.C. Johnson. And it's because we don't wear uniforms or suits, it seems like we don't get heard. What we definitely need, if the police have any chance of getting from under a consent decree or to have us snapping back at them, would be for us to be at the table helping them come from under the consent decree. Until the people have a voice in that and all this stuff, and it was you got to remember, let's go back. It was the people who bought the consent decree in the first place, the people who are victimized by the NOPD, their families, dead loved ones, abused loved ones, wrongfully jailed loved ones. And in that courtroom yesterday, I was in there, in that courtroom yesterday, the federal court, Judge Morgan's court, were some people in that courtroom were part of the reason there is a consent decree still today. There's still people on the job working for NOPD and the police associations and other friends of the cheerleaders for the police that are the reason that there is a consent decree. The people bought this. The people need a seat, a voice to help them come from under this thing. We can help solve this problem, but let me jump to something else. Our city council, they're not backing us. They're not backing the people like they should. Let's jump to the people in the state. Our state representative, our state senators. We rarely hear from any of them on this consent decree issue. And I'm gonna tell it. Eugene Green stood up in a PCAB meeting, and he 100% backed the NOPD in anything they do.
So let me ask you this, Gary, because one of the things too that I did, and I actually I did it one day. I think it was 8th District. I went to their PCAB meeting, and of course, when I show up to different meetings and stuff, everybody seemed to get a little nervous.
Right.
I ain't say nothing. I just wanted to see how they operate, and they kept coming back there, standing by me, asking me questions. I'm like, no, I don't have no questions. I just want to see how y'all operate the PCAB meetings.
Well, if you remember, Gerard, when they were looking for a police chief, you and I was at a meeting in New Orleans East with those people they hired to help you find a police chief. And I told you back then it was rigged.
Yep.
International Association of Chief of Police. I told you back then this shit was rigged, and whoever they picked was going to be a puppet.
Yep. Don't cuss no more, bro.
I'm sorry about that. But I mean, I'm regular people now. I'm sorry.
I understand. But
I mean,
I looked at this and we asked Miss Kirkpatrick when she got here, and she came in and sat down at the table. We asked her, and we said, "Did you apply to be chosen for this job?" And she said, "No."
No.
I said, "Well, who did?" And she said, "I can't tell you that because I signed an NDA." I said, "You signed a non-disclosure agreement, so you can't tell who recruited you for this position, but you did not apply for it." And she said, "Yes." I said, that sounds underhanded and under the table. And she didn't answer any more questions after that about that. But but who would do that, and for what reason?
Who somebody who's probably tied to the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation. Take a look at who's on that board, the executive board and the advisory board on that. That'll speak volumes to you. Look at the panel. Look at the Fraternal Order of Police, and maybe even BOP to some extent. That's who chose the police chief. They want to go back to operating the way they were before the consent decree. And those are the people who want it like that. I may put myself in trouble, in some jeopardy, but the people who do business with the police department, who sells pens and pencils and uniforms and belts and guns and bullets and cars and the accessories that go in the cars and the computer and the programs they run, that's who picked the police chief. Follow the money. That speaks volumes.
Cool. All right, my brother.
And again, without regular people, the citizens who suffer at the hands of bad police and being involved, we're going to continue to have this problem.
Yep, I agree. All right, Gary, thank you, brother.
I think I said enough. Okay.
I got you. Thank you, man. I'm coming to y'all. Hold on. Let me take Tony. Tony been holding on. Tony.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Tony Jones. I'm chair of New Orleans Community Oversight Police. My organization.
I'm sorry. Tell me that again. Title.
I'm the chair of New Orleans for Community Oversight of Police.
Oh, okay, cool.
We're just a neighborhood organization who has been trying to participate in this consent decree process.
Have you?
Ever since, we've been trying to participate ever since the mayor, first initiated that she was trying to enter that termination plea.
Well, the reason I asked you that is because you said you're trying to participate. So that's why I was saying, did you participate or are you trying to?
Well, we did put together a letter to the judge that the NOPD themselves referenced yesterday in the courtroom. But what was frustrating is that they're willing to say that they've read our report and they make these gestures to say that they're working with us, but they're basically lying in the courtroom saying that they have been working with us, but we haven't ever sat down.
So then you answering the question. You're basically saying that they did not work with you then, correct?
No, not at all.
Okay.
And,
see, now you understand why I was asking the question about, you said you were trying. I'm trying to get the direct answer. So Tony, tell me, they didn't work with you, but what were you all looking for that they would not directly work with you? What happened? Give me the 411. I like to mess now.
Well,
don't call me up and think I ain't gonna ask you the real doo-doo here. I'm walking around with a pack of toilet tissue.
I feel you. Honestly, there's not much in the way of directly interacting with the NOPD. By what mechanism would we? We have no community representatives in the court. We have no community representatives on any serious discipline review boards or the use of force review boards. We can talk to them, and certainly we have. We've made out a letter to the judge that clearly they've seen. We've gone to many of their meetings.
So, Tony, let me ask you this question.
Many of the PCAP meetings.
Okay, so I went to one of the PCAP meetings, and I seem to, I'll say, I seem to make a little people a lot of people nervous when I show up to those meetings because I'm taking notes. But am I wrong in assuming that when we start looking at what was the issues with this consent decree, wasn't there a board meeting of here's what we need to follow, and that board meeting and the criteria and policies that were put together for the consent decree, didn't it say we needed to have somebody from the community on that oversight panel?
I'm unfamiliar with going back that far. I remember W.C. Johnson and Communities United for Change attempted to file in the court and say that there would be a community, representation, but Judge Morgan shot that down and said the city of New Orleans represented the community, which I think is kind of nonsense. How can the city of New Orleans be at once violating our
it's
civil
just like
rights
you overseeing
and
yourself.
representing us?
It's just like you overseeing yourself. So,
but I think the real issue with these 400-odd paragraphs is that in the courtroom yesterday they talked about how this was enacted to protect Black people from discriminatory policing.
Right.
But there's nothing in the paragraphs that define discriminatory policing.
Right.
And so what we're talking about here is that the police department, by their own numbers, they say that 83% of the people that they arrest are Black people.
Yeah, but so I mean that in itself is discriminatory. That's number one. Then number two, I needed to look up the actual definition of what sustainment period is, because I didn't understand what they kept calling, and everybody was dancing the jig and doing the river dance. When they said we're going to the sustainment period, and I'm like, okay, sustainment period means that oversight of yourself, but as I went to the dictionary, sustainment means maintenance of something or someone, and I'm saying, okay, so maintenance of what in the sustainment period? Susan Morgan then broke down the parts that she said needs to be overseen some more, but I'm saying to myself, then we're not out the consent decree. Am I right in saying that or no?
I mean, we definitely aren't out the consent decree. And in fact, Judge Morgan said today that she doesn't believe that the NOPD has met substantial compliance.
So why is everybody doing a river dance right now?
I think, unfortunately, this is a very political situation at the moment. And I think that's the only reason why we're even talking about getting out the consent decree. Nothing has changed in regards to whether or not.
Exactly. Okay, good. I'm not by myself on that. I'm putting on my tap dance shoes today. I'm putting on my tap dance shoes. Tony, me and you, we're going to do the river dance and we're going to join in. All right? So I just thought it was me. But what do you want to see come out of this?
Realistically, I think what we've been shown today is that the DOJ, the feds, can't be a representative for the New Orleans community. The city of New Orleans can't be a representative of the New Orleans community. Either we need the judge to open up the courtroom to have a community rep be in the court, or we need our city council members to enact some kind of civilian review board like people have been asking for decades that can do the oversight over NOPD that's necessary. Because if the feds aren't going to give it to us, we've got to look to our city council members to give us these powers. But I'm not seeing it from the feds. What they came out today and said about how they're not going to prosecute for the murder of Ronald Green.
Yeah, that came out yesterday. Yeah, that's kind of crazy too, because I think that Louisiana State Police should be under some type of consent decree as well. So.
Yeah, so we're not. We can't trust the feds. So I would hope City Council steps in and puts a civilian board up, and then I'm also hoping people realize that this is more than a city issue. This is a state issue and a federal issue, and that's why we've been asking people to come out on January 20th on Inauguration Day. We're having a big demonstration, protesting this new Trump agenda coming in. The new Trump DOJ is going to be somehow even worse than what we're dealing with now. And if we don't prepare to fight this MAGA agenda at the state level and at the national level, then we're not going to get what we need.
Yeah. I appreciate the call. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, take care.
All right. Coming up, I need to take my break first. Get your mind right. Get y'all's mind right while I'm doing this on the break. More coming up, y'all. We got to take a break. We'll come back because Councilman Baptiste has come into the building, and Councilwoman Jamie has come into the building to have some conversation. We'll talk to him next, y'all. Hold on.
AURN News.
I'm Ebony McMorris. With just days left in office, President Joe Biden announced a major milestone in student debt relief. His administration has now canceled loans for more than 5 million Americans, including 150,000 borrowers that were approved on Monday. The group includes 85,000 students defrauded by schools, 61,000 individuals with permanent disabilities, and 6,100 public service workers. Biden emphasized his administration's commitment to reducing the burden of student debt and holding predatory institutions accountable, highlighted reform to the Public Student Service Loan Forgiveness Program, which has provided relief to over 1 million public service workers. Additionally, his team fixed administrative errors in income-driven repayment plans, offering relief to 1.4 million long-term borrowers and approved debt cancellation for 1.7 million students cheated by their schools. Under Biden, the maximum Pell Grant Award also saw its largest increase in a decade. For AURN News, I'm Ebony McMorris.
On last week's From the Press Box to Press Row with Donald Ware.
For the Commanders, when we talk about great receivers in the National Football League, we rarely talk about Terry McLaurin. 5 straight years of 1,000 yards receiving, and even in his first season, he had like 920 yards receiving. So this is a guy that, since he's come into the National Football League, that has also gotten it done. But really, the key to the Commanders this year has really been Jayden Daniels and some of the things that he's been able to do, why this team is in the position that it's in.
From the Press Box to Press Row is one of the hottest sports talk shows in the country. Join Donald each week as he takes you on a journey through the world of HBCU sports and pro sports and interviews with top sports and entertainment figures. That's From the Press Box to Press Row.
Fridays at 6 p.m. on WBOK 1230 AM. What New Orleans is talking about. Are you passionate about community safety and police accountability? Tune in to The Monitor's Mic, where we talk about oversight, policing, and you. Hosted by the Office of Independent Police Monitor, we're here to shine a light on policing issues that matter, from real-time policing updates to in-depth interviews. Get the facts and stay informed. We're breaking down complex issues, highlighting community voices, and holding people behind the badge accountable. Join us for an informative hour every Friday at noon on WBOK. Your city, your police, your show. The Monitor's Mic.
Our military faces a crisis. Recruitment down. Morale weak. Our leaders more focused on going woke than killing terrorists and defending America. President Trump nominated Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense to change things. Hegseth isn't an insider or a swamp dweller. He's a decorated veteran of the United States Army who deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. And he's exactly who we need leading the Department of Defense. Hegseth will ban woke nonsense from our armed forces, strengthen our military, and make our soldiers proud to serve. Call your United States Senator at 202-224-3121. Tell them stand with Trump. Confirm Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense. Again, call your senator at 202-224-3121. Tell them to vote to confirm Pete Hegseth and make our military great again. Paid for by American Leadership PAC.
Welcome to Liberty Bank and Trust, where your financial journey transforms communities. Since 1972, our customized banking solutions power your dreams and fuel your community growth. Every dollar you invest with us circles back to empower more people, ensuring opportunities for generations. Join us at Liberty Bank. Together, we empower possibility. Visit libertybank.net to start banking with purpose. Liberty Bank, there's freedom here.
Have you heard the secret of what New Orleans is talking about? I promise everything will be okay if you're listening here.
home of the reality check, weekdays 1 to 4 p.m.
This news report is brought to you by New Schools for New Orleans.
I'm Amber Payton with 4 Things You Should Know with BIN News. Southern California officials are warning of dangerous conditions as strong winds fuel wildfires near Los Angeles. A rare red flag warning is in effect with gusts over 70 miles per hour. Former First Lady Michelle Obama will not attend President-elect Trump's inauguration Monday, though former President Obama will. Her office gave no explanation, and she also missed Jimmy Carter's funeral last week. Former Minneapolis officer J. Alexander King, convicted in George Floyd's 2020 death, will be released tomorrow from an Ohio prison. He served a 3.5-year state sentence for aiding manslaughter and a 3-year federal sentence for violating Floyd's rights. And the risk of dementia may be higher than thought, with a new study estimating it at 42% for men and women, up from earlier figures of 14% and 23%. Longer lifespans and higher risk for Black Americans are key factors, according to the study in Nature Medicine. I'm Amber Payton on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
New Schools for New Orleans wants to send a special shout out to our partner, the All-State Sugar Bowl. During the holiday break, over 30 teachers had the opportunity to ride in the New Year's Eve parade, and boy, did they have a blast. In addition, we had over 60 teachers attend the All-State Sugar Bowl game. Out of the 60, 11 teachers received a $1,000 gift card to purchase needed supplies to enhance the learning experiences for their students. Thank you, All-State Sugar Bowl, for your commitment to NOLA's teachers.
Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check. Look. Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check. Look.
All right, folks, welcome back. Welcome back. Joining us in the building, having some conversation now. We got them. They just happened to be going down the street. I just saw them. I was like, hey, what y'all doing? What y'all doing? Mr. Baptiste is in the building. Miss Jamie is in the building. Miss Johnston, how y'all doing?
Doing fine.
Well.
All right, both of y'all walking together. So I'm saying, what y'all doing? What y'all doing? Y'all into something? Y'all ain't just sitting around doing nothing. What y'all doing? What y'all doing?
Yeah, we on a business call.
Y'all on a business call? That's right. With this motion, because you got it. You said, hey, I'm gonna bring it to you. You got it right here. You got this. This was filed in court.
Yeah, on Friday.
Tell me about this.
All right. There was a motion filed in court by Jeff Landrew. Well, the mayor filed it. Jeff Landrew and Miss Liz Morrell, who is the AG, filed it. And they filed it at the last minute. So the community... On Friday.
Right.
So the community didn't have a chance, and they wanted to just end the consent decree. So when I filed out, me, Jamie, and a couple others, we got it in the New Orleans United Front, the group I'm with. We filed something. And what we filed was that it was against the home rule charter, and also it was a conflict of interest because the council should vote if you bring in a law firm in
but
or a
you can't
lawyer
bring
or something.
anybody in. The home rule charter states that. That's policy.
Right.
You can't
That's
bring in
right.
somebody else unless they agree to it.
That's right. That's right. But the council was bypassed. And so they didn't know. So what I did was we went to emailing all the councilmen and everybody with a letter saying, hey, this is a violation of the charter. That's number one. And then y'all didn't agree to it. And also it's a conflict of interest because Liz Morrell says she's going to investigate the terror act that happened in the French Quarter.
Right.
So it's really a conflict of interest. But what it looked like to me, Gerard, was that another stunt by Jeff Landrew and Liz Morrell just to come to the city of New Orleans and call us shots and just disregard our charter.
The process. Right.
Yeah, the process.
The process and what makes, I think, this city stand alone in itself.
That's right.
Which is our home rule charter.
That's right.
So if they're doing that, and what I was trying to get from you all, and this is what I just read. When I read it this morning, I kept going over and over and over and over and over again. This is being played out by the politics.
That's it.
In the system that says that we're out of the consent decree, but we're not.
We're not.
We are not out of the consent
We're
decree.
not.
And the sustainment period, again, I had to look it up and say, what is sustainment? It's maintenance. Maintenance.
That's right.
The sustainment period can be 2 years or probably extended even further. But that's 2 years. Everybody's like clapping and I told Tony just a minute ago, we're going to go do the river dance in a minute. You know, and I'm like, why are we acting like we have done something to get out of this thing yet, right now?
It's back to the politics. They want to trick the community like they did something big, but you understand, I understand, and other people understand. I mean, because they was clapping in the court. They was doing everything like somebody hit the Powerball.
So you were there.
I was there.
Did you go, Jamie?
I did. I was there.
What you thought?
Well, my opinion on the motion that was filed on Friday, I think that they should follow procedure. They should go through proper protocol, due process, actually taking in consideration the community and what they have experienced with NOPD. It shouldn't be just a joint between NOPD and the Department of Justice. It should be a collaboration with the citizens that are paying. You know, they're paying. They're paying tax. They're taking taxpayers' dollars and they're not using the system properly.
So one of the things too that was said in this whole, I guess, plethora of information that says we should go into the sustainment period, is the fact that we should clean up a couple of these departments. One of which is the victims unit, the sexual assault. And I'm thinking to myself is, and I don't want to go and just, immediately just talk about Shantae.
Yeah.
But she was a victim of sexual assault.
That's right.
Yeah.
And some of these units in this department, we've made pretty aware and kind of called them out by doing the NOPD turns and some of that. But should that be taken in consideration before they go to the sustainment period?
I believe so.
I thought so too,
Yeah.
I thought so with the sexual assault, the domestic, the rapes, and that unit, that whole unit, because the whole unit has been failing people, have been failing children at the end of the day. So I agree with you.
And then as I look around and say, congratulations. Then I thought about it and I said, congratulations for what?
That's right. That's right.
So nothing changed.
Nothing didn't change. And when I read,
so how much more money are we spending? Did we get a cut in the money?
No.
No. Did we get a chance to say, oh, cool, we can save this amount of money per year instead of paying $7 million a year? Maybe we go down to $5 million. No.
I had a suggestion for what I thought. I thought that we have an independent police monitor's office, right? So if we're gonna pay them $5 million, why not take the independent police monitor, give our arrests subpoena power and confidentiality, and cut that fee and just add a little extra, and that'll stop us from paying all the millions. You know what I'm saying? That's what I thought. But then I thought.
But that would have to go against, okay, then this needs to go to the home rule charter.
That's right.
And we need to have the city council to sit down and draft, or have the lawyers that they have to draft legislation that says that our independent police monitor will have subpoena power.
Yeah.
How long that took for us to get an independent police monitor?
You're right about that,
If it took that long for us to get an independent police monitor that can observe.
That's right.
That's all. Can write a report.
That's right.
But it can only observe. Can't get involved. Can't interview nobody. Can go on scenes if they let her.
That's right.
And she has to stand back.
That's right.
And I'm thinking to myself, if there is a police shooting or something of that sort, of that nature, we now in the state of Louisiana have a new law. Which I don't think that we even thought about this. Think about this for a minute. The new law states that if I'm standing here as the police monitor and Jamie got hurt and the police are trying to interview you or talk to you, if that police officer looks at me and says, you are interfering with my scene. You need to step back. I have to, by law now, from the state of Louisiana, step back 25 feet.
True.
Wow.
I can't hear you 25 feet. I can't see what's going on 25 feet because you know I wear glasses. And I'm trying to say, Jamie, you all right, girl?
That's a huge concern.
By law. Or I can be arrested.
That's not right.
I agree.
So I wonder, does that also go toward the police monitor, who has the right to observe? But does she have the right to observe within that 25-foot
You're right.
monitor?
You're right.
I don't know. We're going to find out, though. Ronald.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. We did some legislation. This is almost 8 years ago. We got it crafted in the legislature. We just didn't have nobody to walk with it. I'm not going to put people on the spot who said they was going to do it and didn't do it. But Newnan Man has it in his possession. The police monitor have it in our possession. I've been putting it out there for the last 2 years to all powers that be. And we didn't have to do all those things because the way the legislation is crafted, it includes them that took it with the same process we use for OMI. Book number 74 in the main library had the same writing that gave OMI the subpoenaing power under the Home Rule Charter. Now, what I understand is the council person told the independent police monitor that they were going to craft some legislation that it had to go through the city council. That was not the truth. Or once you get it passed through the state, as the legislature speaks itself, that's all you need. And one of the things we voted for the independent police monitor to be independent. Now you have to actually ask for it and beg for it. I have nothing against the ladies that run the office right now. It's nothing against them whatsoever. It's just the laws that they have to abide by that we didn't vote for. When we allowed them to change the laws from the OIG to the independent police monitor. And the OIG has the same subpoenaing power. They can do the same thing. I'm not sure about their arrest, but they do have subpoenaing power. So one of the things we just got to take our head out the sand and stop playing the game. I can send you or anybody else a copy. It was crafted by the legislature with the lawyers that we paid for ourselves to make sure that it did go along with the state statute, and it's all officially done. The question is, who's going to walk with it? Who's going to walk without the New Orleans delegation? It's almost 8 years, and I've been trying to get it done, and nobody's done it. So, and I still feel the same way, and I'm not going to bite my tongue. If we are serious about this consent decree, which I think we do need to look at it, but let's put some parameters in place that's going to protect the officers as well as this community.
Let me ask you this too, Ronald, and I want your opinion, and I got what you said, and I'm not changing that, but we're in that consent decree conversation. With the ruling that you saw about the consent decree, and everybody seems to be, that a boy shaking hands, drinking coffee, and taking notos right now. I'm trying to figure out what changed in the consent decree.
You tell me. Well, it's not so much what changed, what they presented. And I still had issues with the way that the community had a voice in the consent decree. We went to those meetings, and we had the PCAP, Police Community Advisory Board. That was watered down. It took it away from the community. Even at those meetings, that was taken away from the community. We had these hearings, and they put the police on the table. That didn't sound like half of what the folks were saying in those meetings. So at the end of the day, I just think we didn't have the proper voice from the community in the meetings, and you didn't get an opportunity to speak to the judge when they did have the hearing. So did the community really was involved in this? I beg the difference. No, we were not. They didn't hear the voices of the people that's being around. And, they just didn't hear it, and that's just where we are with that. And I just think it was horrible how we would shut out this whole process, but yet and still it affects us. I'm not talking about the paid advocates. I'm not talking about the moms. I'm saying the people on the street, W.C. Johnson, the Newnan Man, or the other folks that's been on this for years and years, and the victims that's been caught up. You didn't hear from them. You haven't heard from them. You heard from the monitors, and they put it up. They made it sound good, and that's not how it was characterized in some of those meetings. Many a times I object to some of those meetings. We had them all across the city, and I say the same thing I'm saying to you now that I say then. I don't think that we, the citizens, had an opportunity to get their voices heard in this whole process. So, and when you ask me, I know the police department that put their policies and procedures on the table that you can view, and I commend them for that. But let's ask the real reason how we got to the consent decree, because of the community. Have the community have a real input? Have you had community statements of the people that are affected by it? No. You can't find that one statement from anybody in the community or victim or former victim of those dark days in the department that gave a statement.
So am I wrong, though, in assuming that one of the monitors, if I'm not mistaken, it came across, but it soon got pushed under the table, that one of the monitors, federal monitors, who knew that this was getting ready to come to a close, then started reaching out because he wanted to start up a security company or a consultant company outside of being a federal monitor?
I don't know about that. I'm not going to say I don't know. I don't know about that. But I do know when we enter this consent decree, and it comes from all the way around, the community really never had a voice in the process.
Mm-hmm.
That's reality to the game.
Okay.
Nobody actually heard from us. When you went to those meetings, and I've been to several meetings, and then even when you look at PCAP, I was one of the first presidents of the 6th District PCAP. We were stripped down in what the community was supposed to report. Most of those meetings that we had with PCAP, it flipped the script. What we did, we went out and did in public housing. In the 6th District, we had 4 public houses. We went on the ground and asked people what was wrong, what do you think need to happen. We had that. Then after a couple of meetings after that, it came to be a good political thing. And, you turn over the board. As you turn over the board, it turned, just as it said, turn over the board. And what you got was, I'm not going to upset the court. And what people want didn't really matter because nobody went out there and talked to the people. So to me, the PCAP, and I'll say it again, the PCAP, the advisory board, your recommendation had nothing. You had to go through captain. If you had an issue with that district or the captain, it was buried under the water. And in the final draft of Police Community Advisory Board. But prior to that, you could go with your complaints directly to the court. All right, but we didn't get that, and that's what we got robbed of.
All right.
So I've been there from day one. We was at the mosque meeting, and we moved on to all over the place with this consent decree. And I just think the community, and I ask anybody, whoever it is disagree with, I just say it, I have no problem with. Would you show me a quote from a victim or the community? Not a consultant, right? Not a consultant, not a politician. Show me and name a community person that actually had testimony in this whole time. It's almost 15 years.
All right. Thank you, Ronald.
All right.
Appreciate you,
Thank
boss.
you, Gerard,
All
for
right.
taking my call.
All right. All right. You two, I know y'all got to get out. What's next?
What's next?
Yeah, I mean, what do we want to do about it? I mean, is there anything to do? Is this the final say-so?
I don't think it's the final say so. We just got to keep voicing our concerns, holding them accountable. They sat in there saying they want to work with the community, and we're hearing a lot of community members saying that's not happening. So we got to keep on fighting, getting more community involved, and holding these PCAPs accountable, Gerard, because the PCAPs has been failing for the last 15 years,
But I do think, and this is just my opinion, because the PCAP that I went to maybe had 7 people.
Yeah.
Community folks. We got to go to them.
Uh-huh.
Because they have them at the police stations. I know the one in the 8th district does. They had it in the police station on the 2nd floor. I went to theirs, but where are the rest of them? And I think they have to do a better job with getting the information out. Hey, the PCAP meetings are going to happen here. And don't tell me the day of. Tell me 2 or 3 weeks prior to. Put them out that we got to do it and make it a point of almost using the old programmer's tool of repeating it until you know that it happens on the 2nd week of this month.
Yeah.
That's what I do. But let me get this to you, young lady. You going to run for office?
I'm giving that deep thought as of now.
Good answer.
Yes.
I ain't going to mess with you. Because you're looking at me sideways already. Looking at me at the corner. She ain't even turn her head. Looking at me at the corner out of her eye.
But before we get out, Gerard, you asked about monitors having security companies.
Yep.
Well, both of them do. Jonathan
Ain't that a conflict
Anaris,
of interest?
It is.
Yeah.
He runs something called the Able Group, the Georgetown Able Group. Look it up. And the other one, David Douglas got one called the Leifer Group. And so what they do is they hire the cops that they're watching over for the consent decree to travel all over the world.
Wow. All right, I know I got to let y'all go, so
But
I
thank
want to
you.
get that in.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Run hard, brother. I can keep this?
Yeah, that's your copy, you know. I talked to Jazz, man. Jazz said he was gonna dance, but the numbers didn't get right.
The numbers didn't get right. They
So
did,
so
they did not.
so I'm standing with Jazz. He got to stand because the numbers didn't get right.
They
He
didn't
made
get
a
right today.
commitment.
Yeah, he made
But,
a commitment, but the numbers didn't get right.
Yeah.
But we're gonna get them right.
But Gerard, we throwing a party for you, and you know, me and Jazz, we gonna have everybody to come,
I'm
and you
not
got to
dancing.
dance the Reggie song.
No.
What you say, Jazz?
Absolutely. He
Don't try to
absolutely
turn this
has
on
to
me.
do
Don't
that.
try to turn
He absolutely has to do that.
I'm out of here. I just started some mess, so I gotta go, y'all.
You know what his nickname is?
What?
Rerun.
So I had pronounced the governor's name wrong. It's Jeff Landry, not Jeff Landrew.
Yeah. Close enough.
Yeah, so thank you, Gerard.
All right. Appreciate you,
Thank
boss.
you.
All the time. Run!
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right, folks, we got to take a break here. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll have some more conversation in just a few minutes, y'all. Make sure that you keep your dial locked in because there's more coming up, y'all. We got to take a break here. We'll take the break and get you ready for the sports report at 4 o'clock, too, right here at WBOK.
Hi, I'm Eddie Francis. This weekend on The Way Forward, a conversation about how our daily lives are impacted by a combination of factors: food, transportation, education, the environment that we live in even. Stephanie Marshall from DePaul Community Health Centers visits to help us understand and address social determinants of health. That's The Way Forward, Saturday, 2 p.m. on 12:30 a.m. or streaming live on WBOK1230.com, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or the Play
The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation is the nonprofit organization that owns the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival presented by Shell. With the funds generated from Jazz Fest, the foundation invests in Louisiana companies through economic development, cultural enrichment, and free educational programs. To learn more about what the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation does, please visit www.jazzandheritage.org.
Welcome to Liberty Bank and Trust, where your financial journey transforms communities. Since 1972, our customized banking solutions power your dreams and fuel your community growth. Every dollar you invest with us circles back to empower more people, ensuring opportunities for generations. Join us at Liberty Bank. Together, we empower possibility. Visit libertybank.net to start banking with purpose. Liberty Bank, there's freedom here.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM.
Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check. Look. Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check. Look.
All right, folks. Yeah, I'm looking at all this information here. This letter that came in that went to the Honorable Judge, Federal Judge Susie Morgan from the Eastern District of Louisiana at 500 Porter Street. Says, Dear Honorable Judge Morgan, we are writing to express our strong opposition to the recent request by the City of New Orleans to terminate the United States Department of Justice New Orleans Police Department consent decree. This abrupt request raises significant procedural and substantive concerns that warrant immediate action. Over the past several months, stakeholders invested in police reform, including community groups, neighborhood associations, faith leaders, and police unions, have been engaged in meaningful dialogue aimed at finding common ground for the future of policing in New Orleans. While there is a consensus that important work remains, particularly in areas such as handling of sex crimes, the enhancement of the Public Integrity Bureau, and addressing challenges related to recruitment and retention. There has been no support from any involved stakeholders for an immediate session of the consent decree. Many stakeholders believe that a sustainment phase could be a productive path forward, ensuring the ongoing implementation and evaluation of necessary reforms. It goes on, it's 3 pages. I wanted to stop right there because Susie Morgan evidently read this. Evidently so, for her to say, okay, cool, we're going into the sustainment period. But why would the city and the state file this in federal court to say now in court through undersigned counsel comes defendant City of New Orleans to move the honorable court to issue its ruling on the pending motion to terminate the consent decree as filed on August 18th, 2022. If you know anybody in the law, if I got some lawyers out there, and y'all can call me up and agree with me. Y'all don't have to tell me a name, but if you're an attorney at law. So to file this motion, especially in federal court, and you have to argue it, don't that cost money? And whose money is it? Shh. Quiet. You're not supposed to tell that. Shh. So, let's say by chance I'm telling you that I'm going to end up being in a position where I operate for the state or I operate for the city in a sitting position. And I had all these attorneys, all these law firms that supported me, gave me money for my campaign. They paid for a billboard. Don't forget me when you get in there now. Oh, no. When you get in there, you're going to end up being my outside counsel. Your what? My outside counsel. You're going to not only be my outside counsel, I'm going to get you to be my, oh, you know what you're going to be? You're going to be my consultant. Because I got money to pay consultants. Now, I know that in a lot of these cases, I can't win. But I need to go head on and let me talk to my consultant. What is that? That's a bill. I'm writing that down on my invoices. When you call me up and you want my opinion to look over some law, you want me to write something down, you want me to put you together a bill, that's what I do. So since I'm doing that, I'm going to go ahead on and tell you how many hours it took me to do this. And let me tell you my price per hour. I'm going to send you a bill. We're going to pay it. Ain't my money. It's either the city's money or it's the state's money, or maybe even both. Now, you got the city that put this already in 2022? Why would you want to bring this up again? And the federal judge already done threw this puppy out. And you bring it back again? For her to do what? After she done told y'all, oh yeah, by the way, y'all can just come on in to the federal chambers, because this is what we gonna do. We gonna go to another room. Why are we going to another room? That's the celebration room. Did y'all read the story? Let me read the story. Let me see. I'm gonna read the story to you again. Just let me know that this was a celebration. Where it said, it appears. Oh, here it is. Morgan announced her decision in a ceremonial room inside the federal courthouse building. If this was in the courthouse, if this was in her courtroom, and she had ruled against it, do you all think that she would have taken this and said, we going into the ceremonial room? What are we going into the ceremonial room for? To announce that we're not going to let you out the consent decree and y'all going to be on sustainment period. Oh! Hold on, bro. I'm getting ready to do river dance.
It looks more like you're having a seizure.
Yeah, probably do. I was doing a river dance. Now my feet hurting, bro.
Bro, you were sitting down.
I know. I'm stomping at the same time, though. I'm
turning my mic off.
I'm doing my own part. I made up a new dance. It ain't the river dance. It's the river chair dance. With wheels. Watch is going to be the new craze next week. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Oh, Lord.
No, you didn't do the crisscross.
Yeah, I did. Crisscross. But I look around and just say to myself, though, the pomp and circumstance is one thing, but how much did this cost us? If we had to put a cost to this, how much did this cost us? Anybody? Somebody? Everybody? Scream. I just think that we've gotten to a point now where we believe the hoopla. To say, and this gives everybody to say that, you know, we're not in the just regular consent decree anymore. We're in the sustainment period for 2 years. And then we can be Lego. So you're trying to tell me that for the last, 12 years? We've been in the consent decree for 12 years, so we're going to be in the consent decree for 14 years. Until it gets extended. Until the sustainment period gets extended, because it's going to get extended. I can almost guarantee you, in 2 years from now, we'll be talking about, oh yeah, they stretch it out again. But this happened in the ceremonial room. And guess what they had in the ceremonial room? Take a wild guess.
A ceremony?
That too. You're smart. I don't even know what I'd do without you. But guess what else they had in there? I know you ain't forget. Charcuterie boards. That's charcuterie.
It was a celebration. If they had charcuterie boards,
What you call
it was a celebration.
Wait, you don't call it charcuterie?
Charcuterie. Oh, cheese platter. cheese. The cheese platter.
That's cheese plates. What kind of meat is that? Ham.
Salami.
And for all of you in the Ninth Ward, we got bologna with some bread. What kind of cheese is that?
American or Jacoby?
Oh, Lord, you said Jacoby. I was going to say government. Some government cheese. The government having a ceremony and the government cheese.
Stay away from that charcuterie board.
That charcuterie. They had
That
the
one
charcuterie.
right there. Stay away from that one right there.
With the government cheese?
With the government cheese. Stay away from that one right there.
Can't even burn up no government cheese, boy. But I'm just thinking to myself, am I wrong for saying that this is not a real big celebration? She's basically saying that y'all gotta clean up. You got maintenance to do. And why do we still have these things done? Now, here's where I go. Who's really done the hard work as far as leadership in the NOPD for us to be this far, if we're this far? Who's really done the leadership? Is that Ms. Kirkpatrick? Y'all can't hear what I hear. They can't hear what I hear, and they can't see what I see. But you look like you was about to fly away over there, bro. I'm just saying. You had your arms out looking like you about to. That's Superman. That is Superman. That's super baby Jesus. That's what that looked like. Mm-hmm. But I don't like this game that's being played when this woman has not been here. And listen, you know, I don't have anything against Ms. Kirkpatrick at all, but I don't like this game of you're the great white hope to save this department, when it's already been proven to me that there is a very big ineptness about the leadership, but your major focus is your friend. Because it's apparent to me your friend is Judge. And maybe that's what they bought in, that Susie Morgan and Kirkpatrick are in the same age bracket and they're friends. They ride horses together. Michelle Woodfork wasn't trying to go have dinner. She wasn't going over to the lady's house. Michelle Woodfork wasn't riding horses with her. Michelle Woodfork was doing her job. They didn't like Sean because Sean was not the most charismatic person to them. And definitely didn't like Warren because Warren told him to go to hell. You know, Warren was in like, we're going to do it this way and that's the end of it. I'm not playing these games with y'all. But here comes.
Dun, 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 dun.
Hello.
The plant.
Yeah. And now we're making it sound like everything that she has is, I'm going to take off these bars and these stars and I got this S on my chest. Superwoman. You ain't been here long enough. And it's been too many F-ups.
That's what I'm about to say. If they're looking for this to be the Great White Hope, it's turning out to be more like the Great White Flop.
Because this is... I'm still looking for Sergeant, what's her name? Bianca in the 5th District. Because I owe her an apology. I saw a lady over at, she was a police officer over at Palmetto over at the City of Love. And she had her hair like Sergeant Bianca up in a ball. And I thought that was her. I had to ask her, is that you? And she said, no, that's not. I was like, I didn't want you to be mad at me because I was talking about you standing out there that night at the bridge in the Desire when all that shooting was happening. You heard the shooting.
Why would she be mad?
Huh?
Why would she be
I
mad?
didn't want her to think I was picking on her because I wasn't picking on her. I was laughing because she heard it and she was like, let's get the hell up
That's what
out
I'm
of
saying.
here.
That was props to the only person on the stage that heard.
Well, me, I'm like, I just wanted to know, like, you the only one that made reference to it while everybody else sitting up there talking because they deaf.
Like nothing happening. Like they don't hear Baghdad blowing up in the background.
Well, so those are the things that just made me go, no. And then to really just get outspoken and say what you want to say about not getting no, I'm gonna take that one back. Because that was gonna be low down. All right, George.
Hey, George. Man, look, bruh. I ain't got but one thing to say about it.
He gonna say 4.
White privilege.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. You know, what I can't get out of my head, bruh, is her confronting Councilman Thomas on an open-end question to turn around and make accusations of a simple-ass open-end question and to turn around and try to deprecate on him ain't nothing but, white privilege. That's all it is. I heard her, I am not going to resign. She should quit. She shouldn't resign. She should run. Because there's nothing that satisfactory about her administration. And any tragedy, anything that comes along, she, try to muffle it with foolishness or, that white privilege answer. As if I don't have to answer to. Of course you do.
So let me ask you this. And I'm gonna put this out here because there were some things that was said that day at that city council crime commission meeting, and something was said that I wanna do a comparison. I might be wrong for doing this comparison, but what was said to Oliver by the chief of police was, "I'm not gonna answer that question. I will answer, but not today." But Oliver came back and said, well, I already know that you weren't going to do this, but, no, let me rephrase that. Because you had already said some things that to one of the other council members that you won't tell me. And honestly, what was said is that she was saying some stuff about the incident and where they were to Helena Moreno, but would not say those different things to Oliver. And I think that Oliver really got pissed off at it because it was disrespect.
It was total disrespect.
So my question would be to everybody, do you think that she would have said those questions or that answer to JP or Helena if they were asking her the question?
You know, the arrogance in her answer, right? And having that other information about her hearing, her pre-scheduled hearing with other members of the council, which is, she draws this line, and I know this is all political now. Without doubt, this is political. She drew a line in the sand when the question she was asked. You know who said it best? That young lady who was a part of that interview series, the Loop in the Tape, the one that said she should be fired.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm. This is all just baseline theatrics, bruh. And it's not even a really good show. It's just a shit show. And they're just trying to smear.
Don't say that again, please.
Huh?
I said, don't say that again.
Oh, all right. It's just an exaggeration of reality. How about that?
Fine.
Okay. But it's that kind of show. I'm going to say it like that. It's that kind of show.
Mm-hmm.
And bro, like I said, in that single interview, I'm not even going to go back to the stage that you left. That, ain't nobody here Baghdad in the background. You know what I'm saying? Except that one sister, you know what I'm saying? Operate with some common sense. They're shooting, right?
Yeah, she heard it. And she was the one. She seemed to be one of the ones that reacted. Like, okay.
She did. She react.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even about keeping your cool under fire.
Mm-mm.
Them idiots didn't even know they was under fire. And that kind of like brings another reality out, bro. You're not accustomed to hearing gunfire. You're a police officer. You don't know what the sounds of gunfire is. And that's not about keeping your cool under fire. That was just total one-tier ignorance of what was happening around you. It was, boy, I'm through with Granny. I'm through with her. The people of the city of New Orleans ought to be through with her. She doesn't have the experience or capacity for the job she has. God knows why Aunt Petey decided to give her that job over a competent, qualified person. I have no idea how that political arrangement went down.
Oh, you never know who in the ear. So, you never know who's in her ear.
Yeah, boy, look, I don't know who's in her ear, but it's not a good look for her either. Because is it all like that one show you do, brother? As NOPT World Turns Around, is that it?
You close.
Yeah, bro, this ain't.
Well, it's apparent to me that somebody's not on the same page because Kirkpatrick is also saying in this article that I read on NOLA that she did not know that the city had put up that brief again, that legislation to say that they wanted to end the consent decree altogether. She didn't even know that that had been put up by the mayor, the attorney general, and by the governor. She said it caught me by surprise too. Like, wow. Either you threw her under the bus or she threw you under the bus, one of the two.
Bruh, I'm like, at this point, right, that's hysterical. It's a piece of information I didn't know in the conversation because you throwing your worst choice under the bus to get with a governor who's trying to throw you under the bus. You know what I'm saying? Who's this? Is this who gonna throw who under the front wheels or the rear wheels? Or just throw you out in the street, hope you catch all four sets?
Yeah.
Which is it?
I don't know, but I do feel like that there has been some type of concession in decision making that has taken place in the last couple of weeks. I do feel that the concession that I'm talking about, I feel like the governor and the attorney general has come in and thrown their weight around just a tad bit, and nobody's really pushing back.
Zero pushback, bro.
Yeah. So
Zero when you drive down Claiborne Avenue and see all the fences under the bridge.
Oh well.
Not that saying that shouldn't have happened.
Mm-hmm.
But as the reporting goes down, there are no consideration to the people that you are shoving around that you don't, not knowing whether they're housed, programmed, medicated, or whatever.
All right, George, I got to run.
But, man, look, more power where the people live, homie. More black information that black people need, bro. I ain't got time to do it all right now. But, yo, bro, if I ain't listening to Roy G. Man Stephen Reality Check, I'm going to miss out on them black facts I need to know.
Yes, indeed. All right, George.
Love
talk to you
y'all.
later. Hey, brother.
Yeah.
And more coming up. All right, we got to take a break. More coming up next.
Hey, this is Steve Poston. Be sure to listen to WBOK 1230 AM every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. and Sunday evening at 5 p.m., bringing you the best Southern Soul barroom music with the Southern Soul Weekend Party Mix, hosted by me, of course. I'll be playing your favorite Southern Soul music by artists from all over the South, right here on WBOK 1230 AM or online at WBOK1230.com. The station you listen to longer. Listen to longer. Listen to longer.
It's Off the Top with Norman Robinson on WBOK 1230 AM.
The unimaginable happened in our beloved city early New Year's morning. A terrorist attack on Bourbon Street, wreaking death and destruction. As we pray for the victims and the families touched by this horrific act of inhumanity, we are reminded by our health experts that all of us have suffered a measure of distress, be it ever so subtle. Like many of you, in the wake of this tragedy that tore through the heart of our city, I am still trying to cope with the feelings of anger, despair, shock, and confusion. I reached out to my friend Dr. Corey Hebert, medical editor for WWL-TV, who says the feelings that we are experiencing are natural following a traumatic event. Dr. Hebert says whether we admit it or not, no one is unaffected by what's happened. He referred me to the National Institute of Mental Health webpage, where you can find information about coping with traumatic events. Health experts define such events as scary, shocking, or dangerous experiences that can affect someone emotionally or physically, leaving us with a range of reactions: anxious, sad or angry, trouble concentrating and sleeping, continually thinking about what happened. Mental health experts say most people will recover as those reactions lessen over time. If not, they are encouraged to seek professional help. Health officials also recommend some practical things you can do for yourself: avoiding the use of alcohol, spending time with relatives and friends who are supportive, engaging in exercise and mindfulness, or other activities that reduce stress. As we struggle to recover from this unspeakable tragedy, let's remember to be patient, kind, and compassionate with each other. We can reduce the stress and quicken trauma recovery with good behavior and gracious words. This is Norman Robinson, Off the Top.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Visit DePaul's new Algiers Health Center at 2801 General de Gaulle Drive to receive primary and preventive care for both adults and children. Services also include behavioral health, imaging, and on-site pharmacy, vision, Medicaid enrollment assistance, and more. For appointments, visit DePaulCommunityHealthCenters.org or call 504-207-3060.
Hey, this is Ro Brown, and the Sports Report is coming up next, right here on WBOK, 1230 a.m.
Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check. Look. Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check. Look.
All right, folks, just a few minutes here before we get out. Before I leave, I want to make knowledge of this too. My heart is broken, and I want to make sure that we give all of our love, support, acknowledgement of who she is and who her son was. Who are you talking about? I'm talking about Miss Mona Hardin, the mother of Ronald Green. The story came out that basically let everybody know that federal prosecutors will not be charging the Louisiana State Troopers in the 2019 death of Ronald Green, the black motorist who was killed by troopers. And it was captured on video, them beating him after high-speed chase and all of this stuff. So the U.S. Department of Justice met with Green's mother, Mona Hardin, to share the decision on Tuesday. The Associated Press first reported the news. It wasn't clear why federal prosecutors made their decision, but a spokesperson for the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Western District of Louisiana didn't respond to a message seeking comment Tuesday either. This is all according to NOLA.com. Either way, the close of the federal government's case means that none of the officers present during Green's death will face any time behind bars. Green's family had hoped for a viable federal case after the criminal prosecutions of 5 of the officers faltered in state court. And the former president of the NAACP in Baton Rouge, Eugene Collins, said that they were going to be working very closely with the Green family. With the absence of justice essentially happening in Louisiana, Mr. Collins said that I at least thought the feds would get something right. I think you have to say this family was failed from the top to bottom. My heart goes out to Miss Mona and their family. That's going to wrap things up for me. I appreciate everybody for being a part of today's conversation. Say a prayer for the Green family. We'll see you tomorrow.
On Bourbon Street, the music played. A city alive where dreams were made. But shadows fell on that fateful night as hearts were shattered, lost in the fight. We gather here in the glow of the light to honor those gone, to hold them tight. With every tear we'll remember their names. In the heart of New Orleans, the love still remains. Oh, we'll never forget the lives that we lost. Their spirits will soar, no matter the cost. New Orleans, we stand, united and strong. In the face of the darkness, we'll carry along. To the families grieving, we send all our love. Their memories shine like stars up above. From the jazz in the streets to the river's embrace, New Orleans will rise, it will never lose grace. Through pain and through sorrow we'll find our way. With courage and strength we'll face every day. For every soul taken, we'll carry the fire. In the heart of our city, they'll never expire. With every note played and every sweet sound, we'll honor their lives, let their love abound. Oh, we'll never forget the lives that we lost. Their spirits will soar, no matter the cost. New Orleans, we stand, united and strong. In the face of the darkness, we'll carry along. To the families grieving, we send all our love. Their memories.
From the campus of Xavier University, WBOK 1230 AM. Go. An Equity Media Station.
I'm Amber Payton with 4 Things You Should Know from BIN News. Authorities have made dozens of arrests linked to the Los Angeles wildfires. The LA County Sheriff's Office reported 39 arrests for crimes like burglary and curfew violations, while the LAPD arrested 14 for offenses including vandalism, DUI, and burglary. Vice President Kamala Harris has not invited J.D. Vance and his family to tour the Naval Observatory residence before their move-in on January 20th. This breaks a tradition previously disrupted during the Trump-Pence transition. The Stanislaus County, California Sheriff's Office has reported nearly 6,500 stops in 2023, a 17% increase from 2022, with data showing black individuals were disproportionately stopped. A statewide report of 4.7 million stops revealed ongoing racial and other disparities. And the National Baptist Convention, the nation's oldest and largest black religious gathering, is happening this week at Birmingham's 16th Street Baptist Church. I'm Amber Payton on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
WBOK 1230 AM online at WBOK1230.com.
Well, everybody get up, it's time to work from coast to coast. They're doing the Smurf, it's a brand new thing. Going around, it's the thing to do. When it's time to get down, this is Spider D. Rocking with the crew, making everybody dance is what we're gonna do, but not any old dance. We're gonna do the Smurf, rocking everybody on this here earth. So just get about yourself, forget about your cares. If you wanna do the Smurf, can't be in a chair, cause to do it right, you got to get loose. choice. If you listen to my voice, tell you what we're gonna do. Just bend your knees, girls, you add a little tease. You bop it to the rhythm with the greatest of ease. Then you work your shoulders up and down, or back and forth, and all around. And if you're feeling footloose and fancy free, take a step back and forth, or shuffle your feet, or put it all together, and you're doing the Smurf, the hottest new dance in the universe. So yes, yes, y'all, you don't stop. Let's Smurf it up. You see, it's time to rock. Yes, yes, y'all, you don't quit. If you were looking for a party, this is it. While you're smurfing to the beat, I wanna hear some noise. I wanna hear all the men, women, girls, and boys say smurf it up. Smurf it up. Can't get enough. Can't get enough. Say smurf it up. Smurf it up. Now scream.
Hello again. Yep, it's Tuesday, and this is indeed the Sports Report. I'm Ro Brown, and you're stuck with me as usual on Tuesday. What's the date? January 14th? Yep. Dr. Ewers is here. Doc, how you doing?
Doing well, thank you, Ro. How are you?
And the coach is here too. You know, he's just, I don't know, he's running around somewhere, or, you know, probably, you know, he can't be getting into trouble because Jazz is here.
That's pretty good.
So I guess he's not getting into trouble.
Y'all make it sound like I'm the resident troublemaker.
No, I said he's not getting in any trouble because you are here. That doesn't sound like you are the troublemaker.
Oh, all right. I thought you were saying he's not getting in trouble because he's not hanging out with me.
Well, you know.
That's how I took that.
You know how you guys are, you know. I mean, it speaks for itself. It speaks for itself. How you doing? Doc, how are you? How was your weekend? How was your week or whatever?
Everything really fell into place quite nicely. Had a great week, had a great weekend, and just excited to talk about sports today because there is a lot to talk about, and you just think about all that is happening in these sports: football, basketball. The Australian Open has started. Coco Gauff won her first match. So there's a lot to talk about, a lot of coaching vacancies in professional football. The Pelicans had a 2-game winning streak. Almost beat the Boston Celtics the other night, lost by 1 point, but a few days prior to that, beat the Philadelphia 76ers. So it appears as though the Pelicans may have a ray or two of hope. I believe Herb Jones is out. I believe Zion Williamson is in. So it'll be interesting to see coming down the line how the Pelicans do. It's going to be interesting to see who will be at the helm of the New Orleans Saints. They've already had some interviews. I believe the favorite in that interview hunt is Aaron Glenn, who is the defensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions. So we'll see who gets that position. Mike McCarthy at the Dallas Cowboys is no longer with the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones gave him, I'm not sure what color the slips are now. I don't know if they're pink or orange or blue, but at any rate, gave him a slip of goodbye and thanked him. And he's going to be interviewing with the Chicago Bears pretty soon. So the landscape is interesting. The New York Jets are in the hunt. So everybody's in the hunt for a coach, and these are some exciting times.
Yeah, everybody is in the hunt. Well, a lot of people are. And, most notably for the locals, the New Orleans Saints. Mickey Loomis had a press conference yesterday. And like most of Mickey's press conferences, he didn't give up any real information. And that's okay. That's his job. That's what he's supposed to do. And, he does that pretty well, able to tell you nothing without telling you anything. And that's okay. That's all right. You find out when you find out. None of us are in on the decision. So you just have to wait and see what they come up with. 504-582-9422. That's the number, of course. What else we got going on here, Doc? I mean, you said a lot of stuff there. Always checking to see if there's something that's breaking, as we say.
Well,
you
I
never
think
really know. Mike Tomlin says no, he's not being traded for anybody or anything like that. Yep. So he figures that he will be there. You don't need to tip in. Just come on in. Just walk in. It's all right. You can make noise. It's okay. That's all right. That's, what do you think? What do you think, guys? Think it ought to be a little punishment or whatever? No recess or anything, or what?
Time out?
Keep
No.
him at,
No.
Keep him after school.
No.
How many? Let's see. How many minutes? 13 minutes late. What do you think? What should be the punishment?
Let me tell you a story. So,
what you got? What you got, Coach?
I was with the boss, and I said,
we don't need to know.
I said, I think I'm supposed to be. I said,
we don't need to know, Coach.
Roll the good doctor got it. They did it before, so they can do it. Right?
We can handle it.
Let me tell you a story. Not that people care about this, but the imagery. But here we go. So I did a internship, Bill Walsh. I know the internship with NFL. You go spend training camp with NFL franchise. I did it twice, but I did the Seattle. No, I only did it once. I did Seattle Seahawks.
Okay.
And Mike Holmgren was the head coach then.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm trying to impress. I'm just trying to be that, but I don't know my way around. I don't know, it's just foreign to me a little bit. And so I'm in I lost track of time. I was trying to do all kinds of stuff. I lost track of time. So I'm jumping in the shower. I'm showering. And I'm like, I'm going to be late for a staff meeting. The next thing we had was a staff meeting, which was everybody.
Uh-huh.
Everybody. Even the interns like me or whatever. I was a fellowship guy, whatever. Everybody was in there with the coaches. We heard it all. It was great. So I'm like, I can't be late for this thing. I'm scared I'm gonna be late. I'm not late, but I don't want to be late. So I'm rushing. I'm, this and that. I'm getting out of there. All of a sudden, Coach Holmgren walks in. So he's getting in the shower. So I'm rushing and all that kind of stuff. He goes, "What you rushing for?" I said, Coach, I'm trying to get to the staff meeting this time. He said, "Hey," he goes, "You can't be late."
Because I ain't there yet.
He said, until the meeting starts, and I can promise you, the meeting's not starting before you get there.
That's pretty good.
Now, he had time to be there on time too, but he knew I was like rushing. I was like, Coach, he goes, "You can't be late unless I deem you late."
There
He
you
goes,
go.
Don't worry about it. He goes, "Don't worry
That's
about
good.
it." So what happened was that we both wound up being late. It was on college campus and all that. So I walk in, and everybody's in there. And I walk in, and everybody's looking like, "Oh, you're late," you know what I mean? And blah, 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 the guys I was working with, whatever. And then Coach Holmgren walks in later. Meeting starts and all that kind of stuff. We're talking, and they were talking about personnel on the guy. I was working with linebackers. I wish I could remember this guy's name. If I said it, you would remember it. Played linebacker, Clemson. He was with the Eagles, and he went to the Seahawks. He was a middle linebacker. But anyway, I said you. But anyway, talking about, and so we're going around. He's going around the room of the defensive coordinator, who was Sidwell. Sidwell was the defensive coordinator then.
Steve,
right? Sidwell, blah blah blah. He goes, "Garrett," and I'm like sitting way in the back. I'm like, what? He's like, I was like, "Oh well, blah 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 blah." Why are you asking me? And everybody looked like, "Why is he asking? Like, how does he even know his name?"
Yeah, who is he? That Coach Holmgren knows his name.
That's the guy that walked in late and didn't care. Like he had permission from the head man.
Oh, that's good. You guys were together. That's what he thought.
That's right.
Hey,
Thought you were together.
Hey, shh. Be careful what you say around him.
Yeah.
He goes straight to the head coach.
He's got connections.
Yeah, so. Well, what have we been talking about today?
Wild card is over. Now we move on. So we'll talk about wild card, what comes up next. And, of course, we'll talk about coaches, prospective coaches, all that good stuff.
My top three.
Uh-oh, top three what?
Coaches for the Saints.
Oh, for the Saints.
Not all-time Hall of Famers, Mount Rushmore kind of thing.
No, you're talking about candidates.
Yes, candidates.
Number 3 is...
Well, I don't have them in any particular order.
Okay. All right. I just, when you said top 3, I thought you had
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to,
You don't have to.
No. Mike McCarthy.
Okay.
Aaron Glenn.
Okay.
Joe Brady.
Okay.
And Peter Brady, if he decides he wants to interview for the job. And Marsha. Marsha. All right, so if anybody has a Brady bunch.
Now there's some people going, what?
So those are my 3. And those are my 3 because it covers all the bases.
And who?
An older guy with experience in winning. A black guy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be honest. Who's successful and has the chances like anybody else. Defensive guy, but been with the Saints also. McCarthy had been with the Saints also. They know these people. And Brady, they know him, and he checks the box of the young coach. Yep. Brady checks the box of the young, up-and-coming coach, right? So maybe they interview him this time, but 4 years from now, 3 years from now, maybe they hire. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I think those are the 3. I think they cover all the different boxes of people that they would want to do. You got 2 offensive, you got 1 defensive.
That's solid.
Yeah, the one guy played for us, then coached for us. Mm-hmm. They all got connections to Peyton. They were all got, they all except for McCarthy, sorry. But those other 2 do. And I think that's the easy way to go. And I don't think anybody would argue if those are the 3 interviews.
Yeah, that's solid sounding. you know.
Those are all solid citizens, and it appears as though Aaron Glenn, at least, has already been interviewed, and I suspect that he'll be called back for a second interview because reports say that he is the favorite candidate. Now, there are other reports that say differently. So I just won't quote all of the reports. I'll just say a report states that he is the favorite because of his background, because of his affiliation with the Saints, because of the work that he has done with the Detroit Lions. He's certainly gotten the blessing of the head coach of the Detroit Lions, and I believe Drew Brees has voiced his opinion about Aaron Glenn being the next head coach of the New Orleans Saints.
But if he's called back for a second one, and I'm not sure how this works, then Saints fans need Detroit to lose right away, right? It's, you know.
Well, why would you say they need him to lose right away?
I mean, can you talk to them? I mean, you know.
Well, they changed it now.
That's what I'm asking. I don't know.
No. They well, first of all, right. You're absolutely right on how they used to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, now they do virtual interviews beforehand.
Yep.
And then those, if you're on two teams that have buys and you're a legitimate candidate, you can do an short interview with teams that are interested in you.
Right.
And then they can do it again if they get to the Super Bowl and that week off, whereas before that wasn't supposed to be how it was.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're trying to remedy that.
Right.
And as you know and I know, it's not going to take an Einstein. Whoever's got holding their job open and job open and job open, and that the person that they're waiting to finish their season is going to be the person.
It's still working.
It's still working. Still coaching. Right?
Yeah.
So,
that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to clear up. Yep. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Of course, then there's the Dallas Cowboy thing. And I'm not big on talking about the Cowboys all the time. But
what Dallas Cowboy thing?
Who?
What Dallas Cowboy thing?
You know what? Don't play dumb.
What?
Don't play dumb.
Did they hire somebody for their coaching
Don't
position?
play dumb.
Don't start him. Don't start him. Don't start him.
Do I need to put Dallas Cowboys in my computer right here?
Yeah. Go on, put it on. Yeah.
Did they fill their job opening?
Maybe. He's not working.
Who's not working?
He has a job, but he's not working.
Who?
This is the Sports Report on WBOK, 12:30 a.m. The coach, Garrett Sashery, is here.
Yeah.
And Ro Brown and Dr. Ewers is here. You didn't ask him about his grandson. But we'll talk about that later.
I was about to bring that up.
Not now. Wait till after the break.
About to bring that up.
This is Monica Pierre along with Sally Ann Roberts-Daybone, co-host of Your Power is On.
Your Power is On gospel music show is coming on at a new time. Tune in Sunday mornings from 7 to 8 a.m. for music that feeds the spirit. Get your Sunday on.
Right here on WBOK 1230 a.m. and WBOK1230.com, the station you listen to
all day long.
The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation is the nonprofit organization that owns the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival presented by Shell. With the funds generated from Jazz Fest, the foundation invests in Louisiana communities through economic development, cultural enrichment, and free educational programs. To learn more about the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation, please visit us at www.jazzandheritage.org.
Hi, this is Cary Grant. Let's elevate every Tuesday through Thursday from 6 to 7 p.m. as we discuss the community, the country, and the world, from politics to current events and sports. We look forward to your input and continuing the quality programming on your community station, WBOK. Join us every Tuesday through Thursday, 6 to 7 p.m. on Elevated Conversations, the Arnie and Cary Show.
Our military faces a crisis. Recruitment down, morale weak. Our leaders more focused on going woke than killing terrorists and defending America. President Trump nominated Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense to change things. Hegseth isn't an insider or a swamp dweller. He's a decorated veteran of the United States Army who deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. And he's exactly who we need leading the Department of Defense. Hegseth will ban woke nonsense from our armed forces, strengthen our military, and make our soldiers proud to serve. Call your United States Senator at 202-224-3121. Tell them stand with Trump. Confirm Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense. Again, call your senator at 202-224-3121. Tell them to vote to confirm Pete Hegseth and make our military great again. Paid for by American Leadership PAC.
Hello, I'm Gary Clark. Please tune in to Dr. Clark 101, The Living Classroom, which is broadcasted weekly every Wednesday at 12:30 p.m. on WBOK 1230 a.m. on your dial. And as always, it's been a pleasure.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM.
You gotta make a play. You wanna be the man, then get up in the way. Leave it on the flow. 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 For the sports of the champ, you gotta make a play. You wanna be the man, then get up in the way. Leave it on the flow. 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 For the sports of the.
All right, we are back in the Sports Report. 504-582-9422 is the number. 504-582-9422 is the number. I have on my left the legend Ro Brown, world traveler, and on my right, and I love the pink quarter zip, by the way, Dr. Jim Ewers.
Thank you.
It was burnt orange, but he sprayed he washed it in bleach, and now it's just a pinkish color. but again, thank you to all the security at AT&T Stadium for making sure Dr. Ewers got back to his car after the game, and that there were no issues with him and any of the Ohio State fans. Appreciate it.
Well, Doc's not that kind of guy. He wouldn't get to.
I knew the second that all of the zeros on the clock went to zero.
Can't hide it.
I know that would be the case. And yes, my watch has an orange band. And I know because you guys are so clever that you would pick that up. And I will simply say, as a recanter, Duke won. And we'll just leave that.
Duke won.
Duke won. So I know you guys
Who
are
brought
happy.
up Duke?
Well, I brought up Duke because
just like last week,
you brought up Duke because I know that Duke is always somewhere.
Just like last week,
on the
he brought
table.
up
You
Duke.
brought up Duke.
All right, let's stop talking about Duke and Texas.
You brought up Duke.
All right, because obviously both Duke and Texas, all right, are just emotional triggers.
For those,
emotional triggers.
Dr. Ewers, Ewers, has the same last name as Quinn Ewers, the young man who plays quarterback at the University of Texas.
Correct.
So for those who are wondering what we are talking about,
So
we decided a couple weeks ago,
correct,
that they were related.
Well, we found out really that they were. Dr. Lewis Gates did a deal on PBS and Channel 12. I don't know if you knew this. what's it called? But Dr. Lewis Gaines did it, and I saw it. And right under Dr. Hughes,
there it was. There it was.
You got
okay. All right.
That's an inside.
But before you go to, I just want to say one thing. It has nothing to do with what we're probably going to talk about. The Xavier University women's basketball team is 16-0.
Yeah.
16-0.
Yeah.
Coach Bo Browder, been winning a lot of games for a long time around here. A lot of championships. So it's not new that they're winning. But when you're 16-0, that's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
I don't care where you're playing,
Yeah.
And they are playing this evening, as a matter of fact. They have a game there at the Convocation Center, and the men's game following that. I think the women's game starts at 5:30. So, if you leave from us half hour early, that's all right. But we'll let you go.
Are they ranked?
Okay. They're ranked 25th in the last poll, and I think the
Okay.
NAIA polls come out like every other week, and
Okay.
it's on a Wednesday. Maybe tomorrow is the next poll.
That's
But anyway,
So-
I just want to mention
So
that.
is no. We need to talk more about him. Let's have him on the show. So is it not called the Barn anymore?
No.
Am I showing my age or something?
Probably a little.
Well,
Not a little, a whole lot.
But shouldn't it? I know there's a new building.
Yeah, but it's
I know
not
the
called-
barn is gone. I get that.
Yeah.
Okay. I know. I've been in the barn.
Yeah.
But do they not just call it the barn?
No.
Just to
For the
It's a convocation
symbolism of
center.
it. No.
No. Gotcha. Convocation.
I got you. I understand what you mean. But
I
no.
got you.
The barn was the barn. Built in 1937 at the cost of $47,000.
Wow.
Great place.
Is it
Great
still?
place.
Is it still on campus?
No.
No.
It's
Would
a
they tear it down for a parking lot?
now. Yeah.
It's a
But,
song
yeah.
about that.
Joni Mitchell.
Well, no, but it could be the same song just remade.
Everything now is remade.
But it's about putting up a parking lot. All right, so let's talk about that a little bit. We got Elmo on the line. Elmo, hold on. We're coming to you, Elmo. We're coming to you. But let's talk a little bit about this matchup of the Fighting Irish versus the Buckeyes.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts? Your initial thoughts about it? Obviously, it's on the 20th, so
That's Monday. Yeah, Monday. My initial thoughts are that Ohio State will win. Their $22 million payroll, $22 million worth of talent, whatever it is they have there, has started to play like a $22 million team, college team. But like I've always said, it's pro football now. It's pro football. And if they play the way that they have been playing, as well as Notre Dame has been playing, Ohio State should win. However, they could end up coming in playing like they played against Michigan. And if that's the case, Notre Dame will win. But I got to go with Ohio State.
I'm going with Ohio State. I don't think they're going to come in and play like they did against
I don't
Michigan. I think they
I don't
haven't
either.
played close to that.
Yeah.
And I think that they're the better team. I think the Final Four really had 4 quarterbacks that weren't really any good. They aren't any good. And the two in the championship game really aren't all that good. So it's going to come down to which quarterback doesn't screw it up. And in both games, Drew Aller screwed it up. And I hate to say it, your godson, grandson, nephew, whatever he is, he didn't really play all that great for Texas either. And even Manning got in and tried to screw it up with a fumble. I don't know if anybody watched the game, but it was a little hairline there. He got a little lucky. He got the knee down, but the boy was going to fumble. So the quarterback play is not – Riley Leonard, is not anybody's, passing fancy. So I think he's – or, you know what I mean by that, but no Dan Marino. But I think it's going to come down to which quarterback plays the best by making the least amount of mistakes. And letting both teams have really good defenses. I think Ohio State has really, really, really good skill. Not that Notre Dame doesn't, but Ohio State's much better. And I just think it's going to come down to the quarterbacks messing up. But I got Ohio State to win the championship. What say you, Doc?
I believe Notre Dame has a shot, and I believe that because if not for the play calling against Ohio State, the University of Texas, when they had that ball in the fourth quarter with less than 2 minutes to go on the 1 yard line, and on that first down, they went straight up the middle, didn't get any yardage. But on that second down, they pitched that ball to the left, and the defensive backs for Ohio State were so quick to the ball that those guys lost, I guess, 7 or 8 yards, forced Ewers to pass the ball, and obviously that didn't work out. But I believe if Ohio State plays the way they played against Texas, Notre Dame has more than a shot, because I don't think Ohio State played that well against Texas.
Who's going to win?
I want Notre Dame to win.
Okay.
That's who I want to win.
Okay, but if you had to put your grandmother's rent money on, she gave you a little change, a little change purse, whatever you remember you used to call them, and they give it to you.
No, I
run
know.
to the store and pay my rent. Who would you put it on? Ohio State or Notre Dame?
I'll put my change in its purse on Notre Dame.
Okay.
You think Notre Dame's going to win? Okay.
I put my change
But you just
in
putting
its
change
purse.
on it. I'm talking about a rent check. you just
No.
putting some change on it.
No, I have to also buy groceries with that check. So
you got
I'm gonna put my change in the purse on Notre Dame.
Okay, I love it.
And I believe because Riley Leonard is really tough minded, and I just believe that the Notre Dame team has been rebuilt, refashioned, and they have more than a shot. So we'll see. And I will tell you quite honestly, I wouldn't be too disappointed if Ohio State won. I mean, I want Notre Dame to win, but because the Ohio State has been under scrutiny all season long, maybe he'll win this final game, because prior to winning against Texas, he was really not able to take his laundry out. He had to have someone come in to get his laundry and take it to the cleaners. But now he's able, at least this week, to walk out and to take his laundry. So
kids don't have to be homeschooled anymore.
That's absolutely. They don't have to be homeschooled. They can actually be back in the public square. You see, because
they can be at the bus stop.
That's
unmonitored.
absolutely right. They can be at the bus stop unmonitored and be in the classroom without the bodyguard.
Right,
So
right.
I think they'll be in good shape.
Well, they at the bus stop monitored, not because of their classmates, because of the parents that are dropping off their classmates. That's why they need that protection from the parents.
Well said. Well said. Well said. Well said.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one. It'll be fun to see.
Yeah.
I like that it was played out the way it is. And there'll be some changes for next year. And speaking of college football and a little pro football, how about Jerry Jones and Dion having talked?
Jerry Jones and Dion.
Well, I got to tell you, and I've just thought this all along, that Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders together is simply not a good mix, because Jerry Jones wants the spotlight. He doesn't want to share it with anyone. And Deion Sanders would be a bigger draw than Jerry Jones. And I don't think he wants that at all. So for that reasoning, Deion Sanders is going to stay in Colorado. Now, does he want to leave Colorado? That's conjecture. Some say he wants to leave. Others will say he doesn't want to leave. I just believe that if the right offer comes along, I think Deion will go, because I don't know that there are any Travis Hunters out here who can play every game, every down of every game. And he had a really great quarterback in his son. And that was a lethal combination over the season. And I don't know if he can duplicate that. So I would think that if the right offer comes along, he might leave. But what is that right offer? Whether that's college football or whether that's pro football, we don't know.
I think he would go to the Cowboys. I think he would take any NFL. I shouldn't say any, but any high-profile NFL franchise. I think in some ways, but I guess I am saying any because I think he would take maybe a lower one too. Because I think it's hard. Colorado's a hard place to maintain a winner like that and maintain it and get the players. I know he's Deion. I know all that, but as you just said, there's no Travis Hunters walking through the door, and along with his son, and I know he's getting a high-ranked quarterback, blah, 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 blah. But, it just doesn't, unfortunately, I don't know if you're going to catch lightning in a bottle twice. So I think you take it. I just don't think the Cowboys are going to be it because I don't see Jerry Jones wanting to not be the main man. And, he has his own radio show. He has all these different shows. But guess who's going to have more shows and more people clamoring for him to be on their network or do commercials? He's already doing commercials, during, and Deion's going to be a bigger, brighter star in Dallas than Jerry will, and will be more popular than Jerry because of one reason and one reason only. He can't. Every coach is getting fired. You're the only constant, and the tide has already turned in Dallas. I go there a lot, as you guys know. The tide has turned where people are on Jerry about all the lack of not winning chance, And so if you bring Deion, you can't keep saying, well, no, it's Deion this time. No, every time it's the coach. Every time it's this. You're the one that keeps signing people you shouldn't sign for that amount. You're the one that did this. You're the one that did, So, and Jerry could never take someone being more popular than him in Dallas. So I don't know if that'll happen. Ro, what say you?
I agree with everything that you guys are saying as far as Jerry Jones is concerned. The people who own National Football League teams, most of them, for the most part, are just sports franchises, They're already rich. Most of them aren't famous until they own a team. Okay? We don't even know how George Steinbrenner made his money.
Shipping.
But he had, most people don't. Okay?
Yeah.
But he had it before he owned the Yankees.
Yep.
Okay? You didn't know who he was. So, he wasn't famous. They like the attention. A number of them. There's some who don't. There's some owners who, they don't care about that. Jerry Jones is the quintessential owner who likes the attention. On the other hand, I don't think that this is going to happen. I don't think it would work. But I keep thinking in the back of my mind that these are two people, Deion Sanders and Jerry Jones, who both like attention. And they both like the blast. They both like the, wow, Deion is the coach of the Cowboys. Okay, wow. And, it probably would never work in the long run, but, they both might like the blast. And as far as Deion is concerned, I think a lot of what his career as a coach, if he could go somewhere and he could find out that he could coach his quarterback's son, he'd go. I think. That's why one of the reasons why I don't think he'll stay at Colorado, because Shedeur isn't there anymore and can't be there anymore. So that's the main reason why I don't think he'll stay.
I agree. I agree with the kid thing and son not being there. It'll be interesting to see. It will be interesting to see what Jerry does, what Deion does or doesn't do. It'll be interesting.
That it will.
What Belichick will do. All right, let's go to Elmore. Elmore, what you got? Thank you for holding, Elmore.
Yes, sir. How you doing, fellas?
Fine.
Elmore.
How you doing, man? How y'all feeling? How you doing, man?
Okay, and you?
Well, that's a pleasure, man. Always to listen to you. My take on with Dallas and Deion, the possibility. I like to see it work, but you have two guys that both have egos big as Mack trucks, and I don't think it's going to work because I thought McCarthy lasted I'm surprised he lasted as long as he did. He kept his ego in check, but they reach a point you get disgusted, man. You're trying to do everything. If you have your boss micromanaging everything you do, and he wants to be a boss, and two kings don't mix. I'm being honest with you. So that's yet to be known if Deion would go to Dallas. I think he'd have to put himself in check on, I'm going to do whatever Jerry Jones asks me to do. And is he willing to do that? I don't know. I'm being honest with you. I don't want to say, I can't speak for Deion. I can only give you opinion. I don't know if it could work. It could work. It may not work,
Yeah, I think that's, we're all kind of saying the same thing, that we don't know. Well, I think here's the thing. It will it not work, or will it? There's some questions here. Will it not work ever? Will it work, but only for a short period of time? Maybe it is a big burst, and all of a sudden there's a 1-2 year, and then all of a sudden it fizzles out.
That's what I said. It could happen, but it'll never work.
Or the third option, which I think obviously it could not work period at all, but third option is that it takes some time to get it going, and then it finally gets going. I don't think either one of them are going to work through the time it takes to get going if there's some struggle for 2 years. I don't think Jerry and Deion would like to both of them be tied into, let's say, the franchise having a 2-year swoon. I just think that would be hard for their relationship.
I don't remember, but and there are people out there who would know more about this than I, and you two guys probably know. How did Jimmy Johnson last that long, even with the winning?
How did he last that long?
Yeah,
they were roommates.
But I know, no. How did they last that long? I know the history.
Yeah.
How did they last that long? This isn't being roommates is totally different from
let me
this.
just say this: that roommate thing is blown out of proportion.
Yeah, that's totally different.
They weren't roommates. They were roommates on the road for away games because of their. No, I'm being serious. Yeah. Because of their names. Mm-hmm. And so if you go alphabetical, they were roommates on the road. But let me just tell you, there's a lot of, and I've been in places where you let people room who they want, or you put the roommates together. There's a lot of times, there's a lot of roommates that don't, on the road, that don't necessarily, they don't hang the other days of the week. Let's just put it that way. Mm-hmm. They're roommates on the road, but they're not hanging out with each other. Mm-hmm. The other days of the week, they're just not their cup of tea. And I think that's kind of how that was. Got blown out of proportion, but go ahead.
No, I'm just wondering, how it went that long.
I can tell you.
Because, how it went that long. And winning isn't the answer. Winning that's not the answer here.
Okay? I got an opinion.
I just don't think that was the answer. Yeah, what you got, Omar?
Look, this is my opinion. I think you're right on time what you're saying, but again, if you could remember when Jerry first bought the team, and the big stink was when he fired Tom Landry, he had to humble himself in getting someone that he felt could win a world championship, Super Bowl, which happened. But what happened was the big egos that he had, let's face it, Jimmy Johnson had big ego too now.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question. Okay.
Well, no worries. Okay, let me give you an example. I work for you, and you're a good guy. You're willing to tolerate certain things to a certain extent. But if I get so egoish to the point where you're saying, "No, wait, you're disrespecting me," I'm gonna have to go. Does that make sense?
No, I asked, how did it last as long as it did? I didn't ask how did it end.
I think it lasted to a certain extent when Jimmy Johnson, not Jimmy Johnson, Jerry Jones got tired of the ego because he had a big one too. And he said to himself, if you can remember, the fallout was, I can win with anybody without you, if you remember.
Okay, you're still talking about how it ended. I'm asking how did it last as long as it did?
In my opinion, it lasted for as long as it did because of winning.
I said that Jerry Jones was willing to tolerate the foolishness because he was winning championships. But after a while, he didn't give a you know what. He's saying, I can win without you. So that's when they had to split up. When if you remember, they had the conversation in the bowl. Remember? They was talking in the bowl? The whole conversation. And then they had words. Got a little deeper than what we knew. But Jerry Jones said, he told Jimmy, don't get so pig-headed, if you will, because I know a lot of coaches will win a championship without you.
Yeah. Well.
Remember?
Yeah. Yeah. But that's, it doesn't answer how it lasted that long to me.
Well, then, no,
that's what I'm asking.
I think it lasted as long as it did was because of the ride, the climb. I think they were on the climb together. But once it was achieved, and now it was stardom.
Exactly. I could see
Diana
that.
Ross left the Supreme.
Because
right?
because Elmo, if you remember, from what I understand now, Jerry Jones has been making all the personnel decisions.
Right.
Jimmy Johnson was trying people out every week. Okay, no, really. On off days,
I remember.
He had people. He was trying out people and got people to make the team and turn out to be some pretty good players. Okay, so he must have been in charge of personnel instead of Jerry Jones.
Well, whatever. That's why I think they were caught in the climb together. But once they got
there,
and it was stardom, there was not enough room at the top for both of them.
Yeah, you had to dance in front of this one, right? Yeah.
So, all right,
Elmo.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Elmo. Appreciate it. Thanks for waiting.
All right, buddy.
Thanks for
Thank
the
you,
call
man.
as usual. All right. 504-582-9422. 504-582-9422 is the number.
And when you come back, I got numbers for y'all.
Hey, we got the Three Stooges waiting on y'all when you come back.
Start your day off right.
Just getting your day started.
Early morning gospel on WBOK 1230 a.m.
NOLA Public Schools' main round enrollment for kindergarten through 12th grade is now open. With 73 schools available through the NOLA Public Schools Common Application Process, or NCAP, finding the right school fit for your family is easier than ever. List up to 12 choices to maximize your chances and apply by January 24th. We're all in, and we hope you are too. Apply today at enrollnolaps.com. That's enrollnolaps.com.
Tune in to The Monitor's Mic, where we talk about oversight, policing, and you. Hosted by the Office of Independent Police Monitor. We're here to shine a light on policing issues that matter, from real-time policing updates to in-depth interviews. Every Friday at noon on WBOK.
I'm Howard Robertson, founder and creator of the Play Ode app. Back in the day, we used to ask, how you living? And that's still a relevant question today. Listening to good stuff helps you live well, like what you hear on the Play Ode app. ODE stands for Our Digital Entertainment, so you enjoy the best radio stations playing the best classic R&B, hip-hop, gospel, smooth jazz, news, sports, and podcasts. And new sounds are coming at you in 2025, so don't wait or hesitate. Download PLAYODE today.
Visit DePaul's new Algiers Health Center at 2801 General de Gaulle Drive to receive primary and preventive care for both adults and children. Services also include behavioral health, imaging, and on-site pharmacy, vision, Medicaid enrollment assistance, and more. For appointments, visit DePaulCommunityHealthCenters.org or call 504-207-3060.
You gotta make a play. You wanna be the man, then get up in the way. Leave it on the flow. 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 For the supposed to be the champ, you gotta make a play. You wanna be the man, then get up in the way. Leave it on the flow. 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 For the supposed to go.
Bump, 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 bump. I'm a human jukebox, beatbox, some kind of thing. 504-582-9422. Back on the Sports Report, we got the legend, and we got the doctor, and we got the jazz man on the other side of the glass. Jazz, you're not talking to me today? You don't want to talk to me?
What you say, Coach?
No, just checking to see how you doing.
No, I'm all right. Bro Brown was accusing me of keeping you in trouble earlier.
I have nothing but care and concern in my heart for you, Jazz.
I'm absolutely sure that it's false.
Well, care and concern for these numbers.
All right.
1,965.
Hold on.
1965.
1,965.
All right.
11. 21. Now, I've got to give you word clues for this one.
Okay.
2 men in a truck.
2 men in a truck.
In a truck or
2
and
men
a truck?
and a truck.
Okay, because I mean words are
That's
important.
what I said.
Hold
2
on.
men
Okay, so I have
and he said in.
I got a question.
Okay.
Is this a TV show?
No.
Oh. I was about to say
well,
Sanford and Son.
It's Is an event the right word?
I don't know. Is it? It's your question.
By the way, I love the Sanford.
It's an
Son.
event.
I love the Sanford and Son.
Thank you very much.
It's a little delayed, but
Yeah.
I actually love the. See, that's
Right.
why I keep you around. You got a little. You can quote Sanford and Son. You know something about Sanford and Son. Tells me a lot about you.
1,965, 11, 21,
2 men
2
in a
men
truck.
and a truck.
Would
And it's an
11
event?
Is 11 the number of championships?
No.
And you said it's an event. Are you not sure?
Well,
See, I think you have to give us a definitive answer.
yeah, I
right
know.
there.
I know. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
I'm trying to give you the definitive answer. It was an occurrence.
Okay.
I guess.
Okay. So that means it wasn't necessarily when you say it's an event that's like a Super Bowl. something.
Yeah.
An occurrence is something that just kind of happened.
Yeah. It's not a game.
Right. Okay.
It's not a game.
Okay. So
It has to do with a game,
Okay.
but it's not because this is sports.
Okay.
It's not a game.
So question.
Okay.
Does this have to do with football?
The sport is football.
The sport is okay.
Yeah. Okay.
The number of times that a particular event has occurred in a particular place.
You mean one of those numbers? Is that what you're asking?
Are you going to
No, I'm
answer the question without asking a question?
What's the question?
The question was, is it an event with the number of times that this event has occurred in some way?
No.
Yeah, he said it's an occurrence, so it's not necessarily an event. So this is something that happened. So 11 is not the number of times it happened. 21 is not the number of times it happened.
No.
I'm going to say 1965 is a year.
You're asking too many questions now.
No, this was the other things was things I was saying. Now I'm making. Now it's the question.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. That's usually how we do this.
Yeah. Okay. I'm
Yes.
working on.
That's usually how we do this.
1965. My gosh. I was in the 11th grade. Oh, so I wouldn't know.
I was in 8th.
Okay.
Y'all got a caller that think they got it.
Okay, good. And I think there are people out there who it's going to be easy for them.
Oh, here comes trouble. Do you really have the answer to the trivia question, or you just calling the cause mess? You just calling it some humbug, or do you really know the answer to this?
Okay, let me give you some. Let me give these people some more clues who can't get it.
This is Pamela, by the way.
All right.
Everyone.
But the question first, though, is does she know the answers to the question?
She may.
Yeah, just
give her a chance.
Give her a chance before you give the clues.
Yes. Give the young lady a chance, Ro.
Okay.
Okay. So, you're talking about in 1965. I'm thinking that. Now, I'm not sure about the two men in the truck. I think about the two men in the truck that are truck movers in New Orleans. But I'm going to go here. In 1965, that NFL season, I think that was like the 45th or 46th season of the National Football League. But anyway, are we talking about somebody that was that the Green Bay Packers and the Cleveland Browns?
What's the answer? What's your answer? You're talking about the NFL championship game?
I'm thinking back, and my dad used to really be a football person. And he got me into football. But I'm just thinking that's when Green Bay Packers and the Cleveland Browns had played the NFL championship. I don't know what it has to do with two men in the truck, but that's as far as I can go with it, sweetheart.
Okay. In 1965, you're right. The Browns and the Packers did play for the NFL championship. But
Look at it. Go ahead, Pamela.
But that's not the answer.
That's all right. It's my answer.
There you go.
That's good.
That's why I started off this thing by saying, do you really have an answer, or are you calling it cause humbug? We have now the answer to that.
So where am I at? I got a piece of it, right? Give me some credit, bro.
Hey, I'm giving you some credit. Look, because I didn't know the Packers and the Browns. And
You got a piece of it because it's football.
hey,
Yeah.
Nobody else ain't calling.
That's right.
Trying to give them no answer.
There you go.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Pamela.
so there you go. So
There you go.
hopefully I help somebody else out.
That's right,
but
Pamela. Pay it forward.
I'm just trying to figure that was back in Don Meredith in them days, huh?
Yeah. That's why he's laughing, because he knows.
Don Meredith in them days.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Okay.
Tell him.
Well,
Go ahead, Pamela.
I'm
Educate
happy.
him.
I'm happy getting at least that, baby. That's one man.
Well, wait. Pamela. You know,
Yes?
you're listening to the coach, okay?
Yes, Coach.
You're listening to him. You know, Don Meredith has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Well, we'll take little dimples out.
Yeah, he has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
How about another clue?
Man,
Let him give you another clue, Pamela. Stop being so stubborn. Let the man help you.
And these are word clues.
Okay.
Somebody out there will get it.
Okay.
Okay.
Tulane and Carrollton.
Tulane and Carrollton?
Tulane
and Carrollton. I knew it was a New Orleans centered, so and I have no clue in 1965, so I'm out of that answer.
All right.
I'm stuck with. I'm thinking the Saints. Okay, Archie Manning. Are we going?
Wait. Hold on. Stop. Wait. What is the question here? What are we trying to answer?
What do you mean? What are you trying to answer?
The numbers are for what?
We called it an
event?
occurrence.
An occurrence?
Mm-hmm.
So would the occurrence be where
when they started
New Orleans
building the
Pelicans played baseball there?
Didn't we say the sport is football?
Oh, did
I
we?
thought it was football.
When they started building the Superdome.
Or
I mean, not the Superdome. When they not the Superdome. When they started playing at
the stadium.
At the stadium, at Tulane Stadium.
Tulane Stadium.
No.
When who started?
Saints.
No.
No.
The Saints didn't come into
Xavier
the Saints
played a
didn't come
football
into
game.
existence until 1967.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The
All right.
11
Xavier and Dillon football game.
No.
The 11 might be the number of games that the Saints.
No.
Okay.
The Saints
Oh,
weren't in
wait.
existence yet.
In
Okay, we still trying to
1965.
figure out a
Yeah,
man.
67.
We still trying to figure out the man.
All right. Yeah.
How about Terry Evans? Hell,
Who?
Terry Evans.
I don't know.
I'm curious. Who's Terry Evans?
Yes. Go ahead and look him up, Jazz. Go ahead and put Terry Evans
Terrence
in.
Williams. He was born in 1965. Wasn't he a footballer?
The intersection of Tulane and Carrollton.
That's where Terry Evans used to live.
Of Tulane
And
and
Carrollton.
Carrollton. Okay, I'm on Carrollton. I'm going down Carrollton. I'm gonna hit Tulane.
No. It's not Google Maps, Pamela. We just
I
trying to.
know it's not Google Maps, but what are you talking about? The Shamrock
Tulane,
Pool Hall?
Carrollton is where the Fountain Blue is now, and it used to be a car dealership there. Now it's a Champs. It's the old Rockin' Bowl used to be right there too.
But I
there.
think you got to go further back than that. I remember something about that area.
Not
That's what made me
Shamrock.
say something about the stadium.
Yeah.
Is that not where the Pelican Stadium used to be?
That's where it was. Yeah.
Okay, that's what look. I get half credit too, Pamela.
But
I got to tell you.
But it was also where. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm playing the role of little Anthony. I'm on the outside looking in because I'm not from Louisiana. But I will say this, and I say it kindly and humbly. Roe loves these kind of questions because there aren't any people that are going to call in around the table, outside of the glass, that will answer this question. You're probably going to answer the question after we hunt and hunt
Well,
and
isn't
hunt.
that what we do all
No,
the time?
it is. But I'm just talking about how far back 1965 is, and I know it's going to be.
I
So-
was only 4 years old.
11
so
is a date.
11 is a.
Oh my!
It's definitely not.
Is
me
21
or
a date,
Dad's
too?
Birthday numbers.
No, 21 is not a date.
Oh, all right.
This is wonderful. I'm telling you, people are gonna rack their brains. This might be going on if we could stay on air until 9 o'clock.
No, that's not going to happen.
You see, this is wonderful to me because he's the only one in America that may know this answer.
Yeah, and that's the type of question. That's why we don't let him do the
I'm
question
telling
numbers
you,
all
man,
the time.
This is Tulane and Carrollton.
Well, all I can
Well,
say
let me
it's
say,
football
let me
related.
say that.
Oh, wait.
Just one thing. Just one
Regular
thing.
football.
Just one thing. Let me
College
say,
football.
Let me say that someone sitting at this table has already said why I said Tulane and Carrollton.
Are we talking about jerseys, the place you used to buy jerseys?
No, Miss
All right,
Pam.
y'all.
No, Miss Pam. All right, hang on.
Appreciate
When we come
it,
back,
man.
I'm going to give you the answer.
Oh my!
Xavier football.
He already said that.
Oh, he already said it.
I would think it's probably McDonough 35 playing Carver. It's just so outrageous and out. It's so far out there. You don't know that. And what I love is the verbal debacle that we have here about this. Tulane and Carrollton. I know where Tulane and Carrollton is barely. So when you talk about these numbers, this is wonderful. And I'm really looking forward to the next 4 minutes because we'll be let out of suspense. Because right now, we have verbal shackles on our legs. We don't know.
All right, we're heading to a break. We're going to find out coming up after the break, so y'all come on back. I'll be waiting just like y'all on to hear what the heck he's talking.
From the campus of Xavier University, WBOK 1230 AM. Go. An Equity Media Station.
I'm Amber Payton with 4 Things You Should Know with BIN News. Black Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass has announced FEMA recovery centers are open to assist wildfire victims. Grants, loans, and housing support are being provided as thousands of structures have been damaged or destroyed. Bass aims to offer 1,200 housing units within a week. Wall Street is closing mixed after a roller coaster session. Stocks struggled for direction after the Producer Price Index report showed wholesale inflation rising just 0.2% in December. Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez plans to test a new gunshot detection system in the back of the Yards neighborhood, claiming it's more accurate than the discounted Spot Shotter. The 6-month trial, provided free by Alarm.com, aims to gain support from Black Mayor Brandon Johnson's administration. In Lexington, Fayette, Kentucky, NAACP officers were sworn in Monday, with President Whit Whitaker reaffirming their commitment to civil rights and community issues. I'm Amber Payton on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
WBOK 1230 AM, online at WBOK1230.com.
You gotta make a play. You wanna be the man, then get up in the way. Leave it on the flow. 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 For the sports of the champ, you gotta make a play. You wanna be the man, then get up in the way. Leave it on the flow. 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 For the sports of the.
This is the Sports Report. Joined today by Ro Brown and Jim Ewers, the tag team champions of the world, the North American tag team champions.
It's always North American.
It's always the North American champions. You gotta win. You have to be the North American champion before you can be the champion of the world, of course.
All right, I don't want to hold up the show anymore.
You're not
got
holding
other
it
stuff
up,
you
I
can talk
promise.
about. Uh-oh.
Nope.
Does that mean he?
No, it doesn't
Got
mean
it.
anything.
Athletic Park. It's the athletic park. It's something to do with the athletic. Hold on, let me read this a little bit more because I got it. I got it.
Great.
I got to read the. I got to read
The
Go
numbers
ahead.
are 1,965. 11, which I said was a date.
Oh, my.
21, 2 men and a truck.
Oh, my.
The answer is?
The answer is, are you ready, Jazz? Should I? Okay.
You can't look on the internet.
Well, I mean, I mean, that's how you find things.
Yeah, nah, that's wrong because this is baseball. You said it was football.
Okay.
I just hey, all the numbers added up. I was shooting in the dark. Hey.
I think this is wonderful. And I really want to congratulate you because this is just exemplary that there aren't any other people in America
Who cares?
that can get this answer except you. I just love this.
All right, so what is
That's
the
not
answer?
true. That's
What
not
is the answer? What is the
That's
answer?
not true. Okay, 60 years ago.
How many years ago?
60. That's
6-0?
yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be 1965?
Okay.
I think, right?
Okay.
Right.
60 years ago.
Don't forget to carry the one.
On the 11th of January,
Okay.
21 African American football players.
Oh, I know what this is. I know
Ah,
exactly what this is.
keep going. Take it
You want me
over.
to- Oh.
Take it over.
Well, hopefully I know what this is now. I said I know what it is. But this is when the AFL, there was an all-star game for the AFL in New Orleans. And the AFL players said that they would not participate because of the discriminatory actions against them while they're in the city of New Orleans. And they were at what now is a storage facility. It's now in a Chick-fil-A. that once was can't think, Fontainebleau Hotel.
You said
maybe?
it already. You said it in the other segment.
And the
that Fontainebleau Hotel.
Fontainebleau, and that's where they had the meeting, or that's where they had the announcement.
No,
that they weren't
That's
going to do it.
halfway. Yeah,
Yeah, well-
that's one of the hotels where they stayed.
Okay.
One team stayed at the Fontainebleau.
I remember this because we talked about this. We talked about this.
The other hotel, the other clue was going to be University Place.
I wasn't going to get that either.
Because that's where the Roosevelt Hotel is. That was the other hotel where East-West teams stayed in the hotel. And that's where they had the meeting. Cabs wouldn't pick them up. They wouldn't let them in the nightclubs. 21 African-American players said, we ain't playing. So the game was moved. 2 men in a truck. The game was moved to Houston.
Because of all their exemplary racial.
The game was moved to Houston.
Because how at
Which
the forefront
was
Texas
which was
and the
which was
struggle for-
which was an AFL city. They
Yes,
already
it
had a
was.
team.
Yep, there was
So
an AFL.
they already had a team. Okay, the Oilers.
New Orleans was trying to
Now,
get a team.
and this is important because New Orleans was trying to get a pro football
They were.
team.
That's why they had it.
They were trying to get a pro football team. This is no way to get a pro football team with this sort of thing. Okay. Amazingly, 2 years later, 2.5 years later, they got a football team.
Amazingly.
To me, yeah. The Saints were born
Just
in
good old politics.
1967.
Good old Louisiana
Okay.
politics.
Now, it's significant to me, it's there are 21 players. I don't know how many of them are alive, are still alive, very few of them. And the leader of it was a guy named Ernie Warlick, played for the Buffalo Bills. He was a tight end. Well, I just gone on everybody. Ernie Warlick, Cookie Gilchrist, Albert Dubinion, Butch Bird, played for Buffalo, Larry Guerin and Houston Antwine of the Boston Patriots, not New England yet, the Boston Patriots, Sherman Plunkett and Winston Hill of the New York Jets, Sid Blanks of the Houston Oilers, Art Powell and Clem Daniels of the Oakland Raiders, Ernie Ladd, Ernie Faison, Frank Buncombe, and Dick Westmoreland of the San Diego Chargers, Willie Brown, Denver Broncos. He wasn't with the Raiders yet. And Mackley Hill, that's a local kind of story there. Mackley Hill of the Chiefs, Abner Haynes of the Chiefs, Buck Buchanan, Bobby Bell, Dave Grayson. Those were 21 players, African-American players. I thought their names should have been mentioned. Ernie Warlick went to North Carolina Central. I'm kind of doing this by memory, which is going. Houston Antwine went to Texas Southern, as I remember. And Sherman Plunkett went to Maryland State, I think. Yeah. I'm looking at the ones who possibly went to HBCUs. Clem Daniels went to Prairie View. Of course, Buck Buchanan went to Grambling. Ernie Ladd went to Grambling. Willie Brown, of course, went to Grambling. Mackley Hill went to Southern. Mackley Hill was a rookie that year. And he made the All-Star game. The next year, he played most of the second season and he suffered a knee injury. The Kansas City Chiefs. He had knee surgery and died on the operating table.
Wow.
During the season.
Nice uplifting story.
He went to Southern, and now the Chiefs retired his number, and the award that goes to the Rookie of the Year in the Kansas City Chiefs organization is named the Mac Lee Hill Award.
Nice.
And so you see, it is uplifting.
That
Good.
is.
We tied it all back together there.
You
Leroy.
did.
I love it.
I mean, that's
a
great history.
storyteller does.
That's great history. That's wonderful.
Ernie Faison, the defensive tackle for San Diego, was Marcus Allen's high school coach in San Diego. I just remember that happening. But yeah, there were. I did a show on this one time with Clem Daniels, the running back, who was one of the guys and who was one of the spokespersons. They did have some people, Dutch Boreal, talk to them before they made their decision to try and get him to stay. He was head of the NAACP at the time. But commissioner of the AFL said, hey, we're with you. We just moved down I-10 to Houston.
And who was
Play the game there.
Who was the commissioner?
Joe Foss was
So
his name. Joe
was
Foss.
not, Al Davis at that time?
Not yet, no. That wasn't a little while. Al Davis was coaching the Raiders at that time. And, but yep. Hall of Famers, I guess what, Buck Buchanan and Willie Brown, Bobby Bell, Hall of Famer. And Winston Hill is in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, too.
He is?
This group, yeah.
Winston Hill? Who did he play for?
The Jets. He was an offensive lineman.
I remember Cookie Gilchrist. He played for the Bills.
Yeah.
Looky, there goes Cookie.
Yeah, he played for the Bills. Yeah, he was league MVP.
Jazz.
So that's it.
You know who Cookie Gilchrist is? Looky, there goes Cookie. You can look it up. It happened on Tulane and Broad.
So that's the game was moved. That's why I gave you 2 men and a truck.
So the 2 men in the truck thing was really wrong.
No, it wasn't.
It was
move.
No.
Move.
No.
Move.
No.
Why didn't you say
that was
move?
awful. That was awful.
Move.
It was awful. That's right
if
there.
I said
that's right
Mayflower,
there.
then what?
That's right there with what it was. What that was that you said trying to talk about a president.
But you see, but if you had gone to your computer and you found it, it would have made sense to you then.
2 men in a truck.
Well, you can't just give it to you.
Oh my!
You gotta have clues that make sense.
It makes. Tell me that doesn't make sense.
In some strange, out of the way,
Tell me it doesn't make
roundabout
sense.
fashion, yes, it does.
Okay.
I think it could have been a little bit better.
Like?
Moving type of analogy.
Yeah, like you could have said U-Haul or something.
Yes.
And that would have made more sense.
Yeah, well, I mean.
Not really.
I mean, U-Haul, at least U-Haul, we know you're talking about moving.
Well, y'all know it too.
No, I told you, I was thinking Fred Sanford. I was on Sanford and Son.
This is just wonderful. Surreptitious as can be. This is just as surreptitious as can be. This was wonderful. I mean, the history in this, though, is compelling, and so I applaud you.
No, that was definitely a good event.
The history.
Oh yeah,
that was definitely a good one. But you still got to work on your clues.
And I mean, let's face it. I mean, it probably had a hand in cleaning some stuff up in New Orleans. Not probably. I know it did. Because Dave Dixon was a friend of mine, and we talked about it a lot. And he was the one behind the whole thing, getting New Orleans a pro football team. And he said, yeah, that, he said it. So I thought it was the end of the world at the time. Okay, well, he said, I just, we're done.
Yeah, but now tell me, I want to ask this of you.
Okay. Hope I can answer.
Yeah, I'm sure you can, because you're knowledgeable and you're old, and so I need both of those things. Now, so am I right in the general terms saying that Hale Boggs is the reason that we have a professional football team? Because from what I understand, he was the chairman of some committee that the NFL's antitrust exemption or something like that was coming up in front of. And basically, in the typical South Louisiana Hale Boggs way, he basically said, if you want this committee to vote in your favor, you're gonna grant New Orleans a football team. Am I right, or is that just conjecture?
You are right.
So
that is what happened.
And what was the committee? Ways and Means?
It was the antitrust. It was the antitrust exemption.
Exemption, correct.
Okay. Antitrust exemption, and he, had enough power to where, he told Pete Rozelle, son, this is how it works. I'm glad you gave Atlanta a team, but
he had already given it.
You still want, Atlanta got a team a year before the Saints, before the Wallace did, and that was part of it, but just, but you want that antitrust exemption to last, then you know what to do. Yeah, basically that's basically what happened. Yeah, that had a lot to do with it. He and Russell Long, to tell you the truth. Yeah, both of them. Two powerful people. Yeah.
All right, let me answer this call. You on a pitch count camp, Pamela? You ain't got all day. Get to the point, because you know you.
Okay, look. All right, let's just go here. That was a good one, because like Jazz said, he thought Sanford and Son. I thought 2 men in a truck here. So I'm thinking moving, and I'm thinking Jazz is thinking.
Thank you.
I like both of them. You did a good job on that one. But I'm gonna guess you. Yeah, I'm gonna guess you. And when's your birthday? Oh, for St. Patty's Day. Oop.
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Me and Jazz gonna tear your behind.
Yeah, well, guess what? I'm still waiting for some kind of treats or goodies. You bring stuff to Jazz.
Oh, you
all
gonna
the
get
time,
a treat?
Sneaking in the back door, give it to him. Nobody's sharing nothing with nobody. And now you gonna tell me about what's gonna happen on my birthday?
I got you. I got you.
Right,
I got you. St. Patty's Day. Hey, bruh, take my word. I don't tell you. I'm going to do it if I'm not going to do it. I believe
you're going to do it, but it ain't going to make it from the back hall to the studio somehow.
It won't make it to
Jazz,
you.
I will make sure.
Names, but there's a lot of people in there
I'll make sure that me and Jazz will be looking at you in your face all upside
while I'm on
your
the
head.
air, like he normally does, gets a treat and then eats it while I'm looking at him. Just like the last time you brought it. I saw him. And look, you even remember. That's why you laughing. You know you walked in, gave Jazz a treat, looked at me like, look at this fool, and then just walked out. But that's okay. That's why you got to go. 5.
I got you.
4,
I got you.
3,
2,
1. Bye, Pamela. Bye.
Bye.
You're a hard man, Coach. You're a hard man.
That's why she was laughing. She knows that's exactly. Look at this fool on the other side of the glass. 504-582-9422. 504-582-9422 is the number to call. This is WBOK 1230 AM, located on Xavier's historic campus. We've got the doctor, we've got the legend, and we got the jazz band. Come on back after the break. We'll be waiting on you. Certainly.
Late nights are made for chillin', and you can do just that every Sunday night at 10 p.m. as DJ Wick brings you The Love Zone. It's the perfect way to top off your weekend with your favorite old and new school ballads. So sit back, relax, and let DJ Wick take you to the Love Zone on WBOK 1230 AM and on the World Wide Web at WBOK1230.com.
NOLA Public Schools' main round enrollment for kindergarten through 12th grade is now open. With 73 schools available through the NOLA Public Schools Common Application Process, or NCAP, finding the right school fit for your family is easier than ever. List up to 12 choices to maximize your chances and apply by January 24th. We're all in, and we hope you are too. Apply today at enrollnolaps.com. That's enrollnolaps.com.
Are you passionate about community safety and police accountability? Tune in to The Monitor's Mic, where we talk about oversight, policing, and you. Hosted by the Office of Independent Police Monitor, we're here to shine a light on policing issues that matter, from real-time policing updates to in-depth interviews. Get the facts and stay informed. We're breaking down complex issues, highlighting community voices, and holding people behind the badge accountable. Join us for an informative hour every Friday at noon on WBOK. Your city, your police, your show. The Monitor's Mic.
WBOK and LCMC Health are proud to present Keeping You Well Cafe. 60 Minutes with LCMC Health, where the doctors speak directly to the people of New Orleans. LCMC Health is committed to improving the quality of care here in New Orleans, the Gulf South, and beyond. The Keeping You Well Cafe is another way for LCMC Health to engage with the community. At the Keeping You Well Cafe, LCMC Health joins WBOK and local businesses to answer your questions about wellness and health. Sunday mornings are reserved for a good word on WBOK. This Sunday, be sure to catch Dr. Kevin Stevens Sr., the pastor of Christian Unity Church, for service and a powerful, full, inspiring word. Listen live every Sunday morning right here on WBOK.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM.
You wanna be the champ, you gotta make a play. You wanna be the man, then get up in the way. Leave it on the flow, leave it on the flow, leave it on the flow, leave it on the flow. But you wanna be the champ, you gotta make a play. You wanna be the man, then get up in the way. Leave it on the flow, leave it on the flow, leave it on the flow, leave it on the flow. For the sports report.
All right, we are back in the Sports Report. I am the coach, Garrett Sashray, and we've got the legend, Ro Brown, and the good doctor, Jim Ewers, and we have the Jazzinator behind the glass. We've got you folks out there. And we have Pamela. Oh, no. Pamela's she became a VIP caller during the Christmas holidays.
VIP, okay.
VIP.
All right,
VIP.
we're going to make our divisional picks today?
Well, I think we should. Since we've already done the college football playoffs, I think we should do the NFL playoffs. And we will start with in no particular order, Jaden Daniels led Washington Commanders versus the Jared Goff led Detroit Lions. And your pick is...
I think last week, got lucky because I did pick the Commanders as my kind of, upset, so to speak, because it was a 3 and a 6. But I don't think it'll be an upset this time around. I think the Lions will beat the Commanders. Commanders have had a great season. Of course, they've had lots of last-minute heroics, and it was, exciting. And Jaden Daniels has just looked terrific. Looked like he's been playing 5, 6, 7 years. And but I think the Lions, even with their injuries, and people forget the Lions do have some few injuries there. Especially on the defensive side of the ball. But I got to go with the Lions in this one.
I'm going to go with the Lions also. Jared Goff.
I'm going with the Commanders and Jaden Daniels.
You're a wise man, Jim Ewers. Dr. Jim Ewers, you're a very wise man. Great minds think alike.
Are you saying who you picking, or are you just going to do
Great minds think alike.
That's what I figured. Non-committal. All right. The other matchup in NFC that was set last night when the Rams just ran over the Vikings is the Rams versus the Eagles. Dr. Jim, who you got here?
That's a tough matchup. I'm going to go... Gosh, I'm going to go with the Eagles. I'll go with the Eagles.
I am going with the Rams.
Ooh, why?
Because I'm pulling for the people with the fires, and I think the Rams have got good karma. I'm not a big Nick Sirianni fan.
Mm-hmm.
I think that team, as good as it is kind of also a little bit teetering. And it'll be interesting to see how the playoffs go for them. But I am going with the Rams to get to the NFC Championship game.
I'm going with the Eagles. I agree. As good as they are, there is a little shakiness, I guess is the word. I guess because I don't have that much of a vocabulary, but kind of shaky at some spots, but strong enough at the spots where they are strong. I think, Saquon Barkley will make a big difference. Even if Jalen Hurts doesn't have the best game or the best day, I think the Barkley thing can carry them. And I'm going with the Eagles.
Are you going to guess or are you going to ride somebody else's coattail?
I already told you, I am clairvoyant up until when it comes to Monday night. Anything on the weekend, I got. And I'm going to tell you right now, Ro Brown and Dr. Jim Ewers, they right on with this one too.
Way to go. Way to go. Way to go.
Also, I'm going to be reading A.J. Brown's book, as a matter of fact.
Oh, yeah?
And
you got your copy?
Well, I'm going to get my copy. That was exciting, as a matter of fact.
Scene reading
see
Jim
him.
Murphy's Inner Excellence.
Yeah.
Win versus
Yeah.
A book that
A.J. Brown,
became
book now a top seller on Amazon.
Yep. That's pretty good.
That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. That's why you can't have people like Jazz on your football team.
Why?
Because he would
sit on the bench
out and read
reading.
a book if he didn't catch the ball.
Wait, what?
See? This is the book right here. Inner Excellence, Jazz. Train your mind for extraordinary performance in the best possible life. You did it. Train your mind, Jazz.
Pass it on once you finish
maybe
with
he
it.
was training his mind.
All right, the AFC, where the Bills just shellacked the Broncos because as much as everybody talks about Sean Payton, he refuses to let Bo Nix throw over 12 yards down the field. And they've been getting lucky, but they scored first, and then they got 31 unanswered put up on top of their head. They lost to the Bills, and now the Bills and Josh Allen are going to go against Lamar and the Baltimore Ravens. What say you, Jazz? Who you got in this game?
This is a tough one. I'm gonna go with Baltimore though.
See, I knew if I called on him first, he'd have to answer. All right. Now, on to you, Doc.
No, I would really say the same thing that Jazz said. I think that the Baltimore.
You really are switching sides.
No,
you jumping co-sign with him.
I am co-signing Jazz. He has the better loan, and I believe the Baltimore football team will win.
Coach, roll.
I would like to see the Ravens win, but the Bills will.
The Bills will win this game. And the Lamar questions will get louder and louder.
That's the only reason he said the Bills, because he just don't like Lamar.
No, I picked the Bills in the Super Bowl.
He just hates Lamar. He's a
I don't
Lamar
hate
hater.
Lamar, but I picked the Bills and the Lions in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And because I know the Bills would beat Lamar.
Yeah. Well, you see, I'm not,
And they're gonna beat Kansas City.
That's just me. This is just me. I mean, I never look at, if he doesn't win a Super Bowl in his entire career, I mean, it doesn't make his career a failure.
Yes, it does. Stop.
No, it doesn't. Stop.
You need to realize who you're talking to,
No,
right?
it doesn't. I
So
know.
the man can have 3
I know what he
MVP.
thinks.
He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's got 3 MVPs.
He's not a failure.
No.
That's what I'm saying. He's not a failure.
Just didn't reach
The pinnacle.
what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, but yes, having a Super Bowl counts.
Counts.
On in that little room where all the quarterbacks get together and they keep going from one room to the next.
Well, maybe
they start saying, okay, how many people threw for 5,000 yards in the season?
well,
They go
maybe-
to the next room.
well,
Then
maybe
there's
he
a
won't
room
be.
that says on the door, if you don't have a Super Bowl ring, you can't enter here no matter what your stats say.
Well, okay, that's
look,
fine, but I'm saying it doesn't make him a failure.
Joe
That's what I'm
Namath
saying.
can't get in all them other rooms, but you know what room Joe Namath can get in? The one that says Super Bowl on it. No, I'm with you. Drew Brees will be in there.
And
him and Dan Marino and Lamar will be standing outside.
and Mark Rippon, Mark Rippon to be there.
Mark Rippon will be in. Jim Kelly will be outside.
I mean, honestly,
Brian Tarkenton.
honestly, that room would not impress me because they got people like Trent Dilfer in there.
You know what Trent Dilfer got? You know
No, I said that room would not impress me.
Oh, boy.
I mean, it doesn't make him a failure if he doesn't win one. It doesn't.
Of course not. No. Mm-mm. All right. So, you know why people don't remember Don Meredith? Only Pamela remembers Don Meredith.
No, what do you mean only Pam?
Because
What do you
he
mean?
didn't win a Super Bowl ring.
Only Pam.
All right. And we have the Texans versus the Chiefs in the Arrowhead Invitational. Okay. So, who do you like in the first round of the Arrowhead Invitational? Roe Brown.
Kansas City.
I like Kansas City too. Doctor?
No, I like Kansas City too.
Dr. Jim Ewers and Ro Brown hit it on the head. They are correct.
I said the same
I don't
thing
care
they
what you
said.
said. I don't
said-
care what you said.
I said the same thing they said.
Did you? Did you? I didn't hear it.
Oh, well. So now you can say I hit the
Huh?
nail on the head?
What? Huh?
Will you
Huh?
now admit that I hit the nail
What?
on the head?
Wait, what?
It must be.
Oh, my.
This thing on?
Oh,
Is this thing on? All right. So now, I know we got time for this, okay? But right now, with the teams that are in, who is your Super Bowl?
Oh, we're not gonna wait till next week to do this.
Well, no, because then we'll know who's in the conference championships. That's easier. Of these teams, who's in the Super
Of these teams, who's in the Super Bowl?
All the teams. I'm gonna say I'm going Bills, Lions.
Mm-hmm. I get you. I know. I am going Lions. I'm going to stick with the Chiefs.
Whoa, nice. I'm not gonna ask who's gonna win.
I think I'm gonna stick with the Chiefs at this
Who you
point.
got there?
Yeah.
I like.
Although I love the Bills.
I like Baltimore.
Nice.
I like Baltimore. I believe that Lamar Jackson and his group will break through this year. I like Baltimore.
Against?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Let's see, the NFC. Well, I picked the Commanders over the Lions, so let's go.
And then you got the Eagles and the
I know.
Rams.
No, I'm going to go Commanders all the way.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm going Commanders all the way.
I like it. Okay, well, the Soul Bowl.
Washington.
For the Super Bowl. 2 black quarterbacks.
Yes.
The Soul Bowl. You can go ahead and use that.
It's not that hard to have a
All right,
Soul
here you
Bowl
go.
since 5 out of
we
the
haven't
8.
had one.
5 out of the 8.
Have we had a Soul Bowl?
No, but I'm saying 5 out of the 8 this year. Yeah, it's possible.
KC and Washington.
KC and Washington.
Kansas City.
Nice.
The Chiefs and the Commanders.
Now, you
Good.
going to put money down on that, or you going to cry after the day after they make it to the Super Bowl and say, I should have put money down?
I'm gonna probably go. That's Clarence to you.
Okay, Claire.
That's Clarence. And I probably will, because I'm clairvoyant.
Oh, clairvoyant.
Yeah,
I got
he's
you.
Claire.
That's Clarence. That's Clarence to you.
Okay, Claire.
Yeah, I will go put some money down on it probably.
Okay, good, because I heard you whine this week about didn't put it last week. And
Yeah, I'm
clairvoyant. That's how this whole thing started, Claire.
Yeah, I mean I'm
You
only
and
off
Edgar
on
Game.
Mondays. I'm only off.
Claire.
I don't do good on Monday night football.
Claire and Clarence.
No, Clarence said.
No, it's Clarence. It's Clarence. For some reason, he just, I don't know. He got, his ears don't work.
All right, Claire. Okay. You want to read this racing form for me, Claire? Want to read me who's going to win tomorrow?
I have
in
absolutely,
the 5th race at the
I have
fairgrounds?
absolutely no idea about the horse and the ponies, bro.
If
I
you're
have
clairvoyant, I can bring you that racing form.
Absolutely
We can
no
start
idea.
making us some money.
Absolutely.
Leave this radio gig in the distant past, in the past, baby. And and look, you can bet all over the country these days. You know what I mean? I get the racing form
Bet
from
anywhere.
Aqueduct, New York, California.
Could bet anywhere.
Could bet anywhere, Claire.
I don't know nothing about the ponies, bro.
You don't know nothing about football.
Now,
Don't
see,
stop
that's
you
what
from
you
talking about.
Obviously, I know more than you.
I mean, it don't stop you from talking about that. Don't let the fact you don't know anything about anything stop you from talking about it. Like, we wouldn't want that, would we?
But I'm always right, and you always wrong. So I mean, obviously, somewhere along these lines, you got it backwards. My bad. I get it. You dyslexic.
Look, I'm gonna just say this. That Ro Brown was talking about you bad.
No, he wasn't. There's nowhere in the world you can get me to believe that one.
Hey, so what was he accusing you of about me? It said something. You said Ro
Oh
Brown.
no, he may accuse me of something, but he's not gonna talk bad
What
about
did he
me.
accuse you of?
I have no idea.
You said earlier in the show, you said Ro was trying to say something about you, that you did something.
Oh, he was trying to tell me that I was keeping you in trouble.
Thank
I
you,
was
bro.
the
Thank you for
troublemaker.
shedding light on that subject.
See, I told you,
All I said
he'll accuse me, but he's not gonna
was,
talk bad about it.
You will be here later. I know he's here.
And
but
he's not in trouble
getting into any trouble
because Jazz is
because
right here.
Jazz is right here.
Now, does that not sound like I'm the troublemaker?
Well, it always happens that way. You make trouble, and then I gotta go smooth it out. Go talk to people.
That's what you call that?
Hey, Look, took longer today. Usually I get out before the show, but the
We
man
gotta
was
get
like,
you
look.
we gotta get you a new rolling pin if you smoothing things out.
Man was like, look, he's like, I'm sick of talking to you about Jazz. I said, look, Jazz, what can I do with him? What can I do with him? All I can do is work with him, be patient,
Maybe take his advice and go put some money on some of them games.
Yes.
Oh boy.
He's really. I have to give it to him. Now, there's no point spreads or nothing, right? We can't do math. Or anything
It
like
wasn't.
that.
It wasn't under and overs and all that.
We can't do any halves and 1.5 points. And we can't do nothing that. But
We gotta take baby steps.
Baby steps. Dr. Ewers.
Yes, sir.
Do you like any type of gambling?
No.
Have you not enjoy any of it?
No.
Cards?
No.
Nothing.
No.
I don't.
See, what about you?
Wait, what's the question? Yeah, I wasn't.
Is this thing working?
I have a habit of not listening to you.
Do you enjoy any type of gambling?
Oh, enjoy. I have enjoyed it, but it's not to the point where I'm like, ooh, I got to go and place a bet. No.
Sounds like a yes to me.
Okay, do you enjoy any part of gambling?
Okay, yes.
All right. What type of gambling?
Really just football. Just like on the cards.
Oh, like a car, like on
Yeah.
the cards. Okay. So I like the horses. I like going to the track, like being at the track.
I have very
Everything
little
about the track.
knowledge about horses.
So do I. I don't have a lot of knowledge about it.
But
just
I mean,
like
you
going.
have very
I
little
just like
knowledge.
going, and
Yeah.
I know I'm
I
expect
know
to
people
lose.
like that.
I know I'm expect to lose. Now my son Noah, he wins.
Really?
Yeah, he wins. So every
He
time
has a method.
He's got the form and all that.
No. He's just when we get
He's
the
just
form
lucky?
going, he just got a feel.
He's
for
just
it.
lucky.
Well, he does it like, we go down, we watch them when they come out in the paddock and get saddled. I got a plan. We got to watch these horses, and got to pick them and get a feel for them.
Look at how it walks.
I
and-
just exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right?
Look at the leg
sometimes
structure
the pretty
and-
ones aren't the ones.
Look at the leg structure.
It's the worst
and
looking
all
one.
that. You know.
But I like to bet trainers and jockeys. So I'm not really betting. I look to see which trainers and jockeys are winning the most and go, what horse are they on?
So
I want that one.
So when it comes to the horses,
Unless
that's
there's a
what I
gray
do.
horse, then
I
I
go
always
with
bet
the
the
I
gray
go with the rider.
I'm very scientific about my gray horses. Oh, there's a gray horse? I'll bet a gray horse.
I go with the rider. The few
go
times
with-
that I
go with
have
the jockey?
Yeah.
Mhm.
The
So, a story, interesting story. I'm in a grocery store. I'm at my house. And I'm looking for something, and there's a young lady looking for something in the same area. We're obviously kind of looking for the same thing. It's not that, right? I don't remember what it was. Something, right? And we just started kind of complaining to each other about it not being there. Well, we end up in the line to check out, and we start talking. Long story short, her husband is one of the leading jockeys at the track.
Okay.
Wow.
Said, okay, this to me is a sign from up above. This to me is
That means
God
something.
saying to me, this is
Go
no
put some money
accident.
on this guy.
So I asked,
Who's your husband?
absolutely. Absolutely. So when I go home and put on I said, oh, really? I'm supposed to be going to the track. I think it was like the next day with some friends. Bringing Noah, of course. Good luck, Sean. Might have been that same day. But anyway, so I go home and I look up the leading jockeys for the fairgrounds. And he is the leading jockey, or the second leading jockey. So needless to say, I'm betting him every time, right? The problem is what, Ro? What is the problem if you bet this man every time? You're probably not winning much money.
Depends on what
because the
horse.
odds are not going to be high for you to win a lot because he's the leading jockey. So he's on the best.
So there are
horse.
other people like you.
So I could put $5. Now I'm not gonna really win anything off of him. He's supposed to win, right? So I'm like, okay, well, this is not working like it was supposed to. It was supposed to be one of these deals where he's really bad, but the lightning bolts and he wins today, and I win a bunch of money. So I did exactas. Anyway, long story short, he didn't win anything that day. There's a bunch of friends that told him the story. Like, oh, yeah, this guy, he didn't win anything that day. No, he won one race before we got there. And then after that,
nothing.
Sound like you was the bad luck.
My favorite racing story at the fairgrounds was the first time I went there with my daughter, who was maybe 10. You know, she was a child, little girl. And Lafitte Penkai, the great jockey, was there that day. And he had, 6, 7, 8 mounts or whatever. So we're standing there, and she said, "Ooh, that horse is pretty. I want to bet on him, Daddy. You ought to bet on him." I said, "Well, Lafitte Penkai is on that. He's
gonna have the best
great
horse.
jockey. He's a great jockey.
And he's gonna have the best horses.
He's bet on him. And just And so I went and I put $2 on because I don't know anything about it. Whatever it was, I put $2 up or whatever. Guess which horse won?
Hers. Absolutely.
And so all day, all I heard was Lafitte Penkai.
That's a good story. That's a good story.
A 10-year-old all day. Lafitte Penkai.
That's how it goes.
Yep, that's how it goes.
It's I love it. $2. You can still put $2. That's all we do.
Yeah,
That's all I do.
I know.
I put $2 and my kids, and we pick them and we have a good time and we eat some corned beef sandwiches.
And I like to watch the
food
people
out there and watch the people.
The people, yeah.
People
The
are
characters,
interesting,
yeah.
and you can go there. And so I like to track. I used to meet my dad and his friend there, like after school. My dad wasn't better, but he'd go out there. His friends were out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I like the social scene. So every place I lived,
Yeah, I used to see
where
your
we had a
dad
track.
the times I went. I
Yeah.
saw him.
And then when my sons, I would bring them to a track. It was a dog track. It was a horse race track, whatever, because you could get in like at $1. Or like at the fairgrounds, it's $1, and they let kids in. You get in, they go to because the horse is right there walking around. Then they
The
run
paddock.
and they run to the railing and walk them out there. Then they had their horse. They would run for their horse, and they got to pick the one.
Kids love it.
And the food was cheap.
Kids love it.
And the kids loved it.
They
That's
love it.
exactly.
They love it.
Exactly. They love
Really?
it. They love it.
They love it.
All right, that's going to wrap up the Buddy Diliberto edition of Fairgrounds Report. That used to be on the news, people, with Fairgrounds highlights. Did y'all do it on WDSU?
I had a hand in stopping it.
Nice. Thanks a lot, bro.
They used to do all 10 race results.
No, you don't have to do all
No,
10.
no, I'm telling you what they did.
Oh, yeah. But they would show like an end of a race.
I'm telling you what they did.
Okay, well, I don't want all 10 race results, but we should bring it back.
That's what they did.
Should bring it back. Part of Americana, part of New Orleans. All right, that's it for today. I got the legend Ro Brown. I got the good Dr. Jim Hughes, myself, the coach Garrett Sachere, and Jazz. Jazz, one day, you know what? I'm going to learn what your name really is. But right now, I don't care. We got Jazz behind the glass. And you folks, come on back tomorrow for another edition of the Sports Report under the Big Top.
On last week's From the Press Box to Press Row with Donald Ware.
For the Commanders, when we talk about great receivers in the National Football League, we rarely talk about Terry McLaurin. 5 straight years of 1,000 yards receiving, and even in his first season, he had like 920 yards receiving. So this is a guy that, since he's come into the National Football League, that has also gotten it done. But really, the key to the Commanders this year has really been Jayden Daniels. And some of the things that he's been able to do, why this team is in the position that it's in.
From the press box to press row is one of the hottest sports talk shows in the country. Join Donald each week as he takes you on a journey through the world of HBCU sports and pro sports and interviews with top sports and entertainment figures. That's from the press box to press row.
Fridays at 6 p.m. on WBOK 1230 AM. What New Orleans is talking about.
Welcome to Chemical of the Month, a service of the community scientist and Rise St. James. This month, we're focusing on lead, a heavy metal that's dense, soft, and poses serious health risks. In Cancer Alley, lead exposure from industrial emissions or contaminated soil can significantly increase cancer risks and other health problems. Stay informed and protect your health. For more information, visit risestjames.org.
Our military faces a crisis. Recruitment down, morale weak. Our leaders more focused on going woke than killing terrorists and defending America. President Trump nominated Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense to change things. Hegseth isn't an insider or a swamp dweller. He's a decorated.
Have you heard the secret of what New Orleans is talking about? I promise everything will be okay if you're listening here on the airwaves. It's that WBOK 1230 AM.
Visit DePaul's new Algiers Health Center at 2801 General de Gaulle Drive to receive primary and preventive care for both adults and children. Services also include behavioral health, imaging,